Well, welcome everyone. We are so happy to have you all here with us, both in person and online. Really excited about today's event that is focused on advancing real-world data to generate regulatory-grade real-world evidence in oncology. I am Dr. Rachel Hendricks Stirrup, and I'm the Research Director of Real-World Evidence here at the Duke-Margolis Institute for Health Policy. I would like to also disclose that I serve independently as a Chief Data Governance Officer at the National Alliance Against Disparities in Patient Health and adjunct faculty at Ohio University. Today's collaborative public event is hosted by us here at the Institute, along with Aetion, Friends of Cancer Research, and the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the FDA. So today, we're convening thought leaders, experts, and industry representatives to explore current gaps in real-world data and strategies to optimize its potential within the scope of oncology. And I would like to also mention that today our speakers and panelists are prepared to discuss a few items, particularly opportunities and limitations of real-world data, strategies to enrich real-world data sets, and the role of primary data collection in oncology, and so much more. So I'm just going to quickly go over today's agenda as we get started. Today's workshop will start with opening remarks from our Institute Director, Dr. Mark McClellan, and also former FDA Commissioner and Administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Really happy to have him here with us. And then followed by that, we will go into session 1, which will focus on opportunities and limitations for real-world data in oncology. We'll be joined by our moderator, Carla Rodriguez, who is the Director of Research at the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the FDA, and speakers, including Jeff Allen, who's the President and CEO of Friends of Cancer Research, Ulka Campbell, who's the Head of Scientific Strategy at Aetion, Nicole Mahoney, who's Executive Director of U.S. Regulatory Policy and Intelligence at Novartis, and then also Donna Rivera, who's the Associate Director for Pharmacoepidemiology at the FDA Oncology Center for Excellence. Session 2 will focus on addressing limitations and leveraging real-world data in oncology, joined by myself as the moderator, and our speakers who are here with us today, Amanda Borens, who's the patient and chief data who is a patient and chief data officer at Areta Informatics, Dr. Laura Esserman, who's the director at the University of California, San Francisco's Carol Frank Buck Breast Care Center. Also, Laura Fernandez, who's senior statistical director at CODA, and then Erlyn Makarian, who's vice president of data science at Patients Like Me. Then we'll move into session 3. Which will focus on primary data collection in oncology, joined by moderators Mark Stewart, who's the Vice President of Science Policy at Friends of Cancer Research, Nirosha Mahendraratnam Lederer, who is the Vice President of U.S. Federal Government at Aetion. Also joining will be Brian Anderson, who's the Chief Digital Health Physician at MITRE, Stephen Fred Drivers, who's Chief Medical Officer at American Oncology Network, Paul Klutz, who is the Deputy Director at the Oncology Center for Excellence at the FDA, Neil Mirapol, who's Vice President of Research Oncology at Flatiron Health. And then lastly, we'll go into our final session, which will provide closing thoughts, session 4. Several of our panelists will reconvene in a discussion moderated by Nicholas Honig, who's the Head of Regulatory at Aetion. And the discussion will be facilitated by Paul Klutz, who will provide closing thoughts on outstanding issues and lingering challenges, as well as share ideas and perspectives on next steps. The speakers reconvening for that session are Amanda Borens, Stephen Fred Drivers, Laura Fernandez, and Nicole Mahoney, and Donna Rivera. So now, as we go ahead and kick off today's activities, I'm going to pass the mic to our Institute Director, Dr. Mark McClellan, who will be joining us virtually today. Mark, I'll pass it to you.
Great. Thanks so much, Rachel, for kicking us off. And I want to thank everybody who's joining us there today, both in person in our offices in Washington, D.C., and the many people who are joining us online. And a special thanks to Friends of Cancer Research, Aetion, and Reagan-Udall, longtime collaborators for the Institute. Also wanted to disclose that I'm an independent member of the boards of Johnson & Johnson, Cigna, and Alignment Healthcare, as well as an advisor for Arsenal Capital Group and Blackstone Life Sciences. And I'd like to get into some comments about why today's workshop is both timely and important. As you know, we're focusing on advancing real-world data to generate regulatory-grade real-world evidence in oncology. This is happening amid a vast and rapidly growing landscape of real-world data that could inform care. As you know, we need this kind of evidence brought to bear to improve outcomes for people who have cancer. The goal is to develop better evidence relevant beyond what has been accomplished in traditional clinical trials, including additional evidence for patient and patient subpopulations who differ in genomics, underlying cancer risk, stage of diagnoses, comorbidities, preferences, life circumstances, and of course the settings where they receive care. With better data and appropriate methods to analyze that data, so unprecedented opportunities to improve what we know about cancers for extending their uses in areas where there is already evidence and providing more so-called off-label evidence as well. So not surprisingly, there's been a lot of interest in the data and data collection resources to support these efforts. And this includes not only observational studies, but clinical trials at the point of care. And underlying all that is the need for critical attention to better methods to standardize and understand real-world data, common data models, reliability, and other tools to make it possible to use these data effectively for reaching conclusions about additional evidence. So that's the challenges that make this event so timely. We need a better understanding of data and whether current data standardization methods for both structured and unstructured data render RWD complete and well understood enough to be fit for so-called regulatory uses. That is, to expand information on the label, to contribute reliable evidence that patients and their clinicians can use to address the kinds of challenges I described a few moments ago. As you all know, variations in data quality exist for many often quite complex real-world data sources in healthcare, and regulators are continuing to take steps both in their own processes and in consultation with industry, academia, other stakeholders to better define and operationalize data quality. And last but not least, the limited but growing acceptance of real-world data and evidence sources within regulatory contexts means that there are some obstacles to understand what investments need to be made and what are the most effective ways to use RWD to conduct subgroup analyses, to extend label indications. And that all certainly holds true in oncology. So putting all this together, there is growing interest and importance of collectively defining and collaborating across sponsors, regulators, health systems, patients, other stakeholders, what constitutes that regulatory grade of real-world data, the real-world evidence based on appropriate methods associated with interpreting those data to better understand medical product safety and effectiveness in the real world beyond traditional clinical trials. So this is one of the biggest challenges and opportunities today for regulators, sponsors, and everyone who works with them to learn from each other. So here, I think, there are a number of growing collaborative efforts to adopt aligned and science-based regulatory approaches for establishing methods and best practices for regulatory use of real-world data and real-world evidence. I think this slide shows regulators across the world are taking steps as reflected in this June 2022 a report from the International Coalition of Medicine's Regulatory Authorities statement. That the statement helped RWE policy stakeholders better understand regulator perspectives on how to move forward on real-world data use for regulatory purposes. For example, the statement noted that building regulatory-grade RWE starts with building a shared understanding of RWD and RWE technologies. Duke-Margolis is also supporting these efforts in partnership with our real-world evidence collaborative members and others to harmonize RWD and RWE terminologies as a basis for working more effectively together, including in areas like what constitutes data quality, relevance, and reliability. So as you can see on this slide, our RWE policy team recently announced and shared a international harmonization of evidence standards dashboard. This dashboard provides a visual illustration of where globally regulators are publishing both draft and final guidances on RWD and RWE for industry, as well as they're defining key terminologies or other key elements important for making progress on RWD and RWE. Also, the dashboard quantifies a few important developments. So the United States FDA, for example, has released 12 guidance documents, followed by the EMA, Taiwan FDA, NMPA, the China Center for Drug Development, and the Pharmaceuticals and Medical Devices Agency in Japan, which has released 6 documents. In these documents, 9 of the regulators define RWD. Quality has been defined by 3 of the regulatory agencies. Reliability is defined by 3. Relevance has been defined by 4, and fit for purpose has been defined by 2. So some parallel and complementary work with signs of early alignment between agencies for operational terms like relevance and reliability. For example, FDA describes reliability as data accuracy, completeness, provenance, and traceability. The China Center for Drug Evaluation includes within its description accuracy, completeness, transparency, quality control, and quality assurance. EMA's guidance talks about accuracy and representation in its definition. There also are some differences. For example, in the EMA definition differs from the FDA in that FDA describes representation as part of relevance versus reliability or the availability of key data elements. So the point being that some harmonization is emerging for key underlying terminologies in this space, but there are some differences too, again, highlighting the importance of work like what we're planning to do today to consider what makes RWD and RWE regulatory grade. I'm also looking forward to today's discussion focusing on other work related to the foundations for developing RWE for regulatory applications. For example, this recent paper by Rahman and colleagues at the FDA described how the spectrum of study design involves various combinations of data sources and design architectures. For example, an RCT generates real-world evidence if the primary outcome is based on an assessment using RWD, often referred to as a point of care trial. So again, seeing these definitions and terminologies becoming more completely understood and developed. This is particularly important for oncology, where innovative clinical trial designs like point of care trials that could be conducted more widely in community oncology settings and maybe even in primary care practices could generate RWE to help drive greater representativeness of evidence for important research topics and clinical evidence areas like I described before. Again, helping to provide more timely, relevant, and confident basis for decisions for a broader range of cancer patients. On the next slide, just want to highlight how considerations for advancing regulatory grade RWE in oncology continue to evolve. This is a study, or among these studies is one by Sola Morales et al., published in April of last year, that describes details on the use of external controls in regulatory and health technology agency submissions with the goal of contextualizing outcomes from uncontrolled trials. They looked at all indications between January of 2015 and August of 2021. That was a total of 13 studies, and they showed that RWE was considered in the final FDA decision in 8 out of the 13, including 4 hematology oncology drugs, Of those 4 drugs, the paper went into some detail in describing key FDA comment areas where RWE was considered. Areas like external controls conducted in a large number of well-defined patient populations, accounting for differences between studies and RWE data sources, accounting for missing data, and so on. So a very detailed review of the kinds of considerations that, again, we're seeing increasing agreement are important in defining and using RWE effectively for oncology regulatory purposes. So all this is contributing to a stronger foundation for ongoing RWE regulatory policy initiatives like the FDA Advancing RWE pilot program on the next slide, where oncology could be an area of focus. The FDA Advancing RWE pilot program is intended to provide sponsors who are selected into it the option and opportunity to have additional meetings with agency staff before protocol development or study initiation to discuss the use of RWE in their product development. This program is focused on drugs. It excludes medical devices and biologics. FDA also recently released draft guidance on RWE for medical devices, an area where there has been extensive RWE use, in December 2023, which updated a prior 2017 guidance. So a significant amount of FDA activity on the device side that could be relevant for further development of RWE and device-led combination products in oncology, and perhaps providing insights that could carry over to drugs and biologics as well. The selection criteria include consideration of the potential for fit-for-use data, adequate study design, appropriate regulatory conduct. Again, those same kinds of elements that we've seen reported on in the definitions and in some of those studies that I cited, and also attention to the diversity of diseases and the need for additional evidence. So our work in the discussion today hopefully will build on these kinds of products for observing and engaging in the advancement of RWE policy and supporting key initiatives like the Advancing RWE program, which will hopefully be another source of additional detail and insights to help build out these capabilities. So lots that we can discuss today, and I'd like to get right onto that by helping us turn to our first session, including Carla Rodriguez and colleagues, as Rachel introduced earlier. So thank you all for joining us today, and I'm looking forward to these discussions.
So I'm Carla Rodriguez-Watson, and if you've never heard those words strung together before, we are at the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the FDA. We are a completely independent nonprofit established by Congress, uniquely established by Congress to advance the mission of the FDA. So we help the FDA do more and hear more. And so I'm really pleased to kick off this panel. To get us started, I'd like to introduce Dr. Donna Rivera. She is the Associate Director of Pharmacoepidemiology at the Oncology Center of Excellence at the FDA. And Donna will help us set the stage for where the agency has been, talk about its experience with real-world data, real-world evidence, and where the agency is now focused in our continuously evolving understanding of real-world data. Donna?
Right. Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to be here with all of you here. And for those of you online in the newly minted Duke-Margolis Institute. So I'm going to be discussing a little bit today about understanding real-world data quality from an oncology perspective. And I'm really excited for the discussion. So I'm going to start with a brief overview of the talk today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our program. Then I'm going to discuss a little bit about our regulatory review process. Then talk and discuss aspects of real data quality and get into a bit about regulatory science research. So our oncology real-world evidence program was established in 2020, and it's really focused on collaboratively advancing the appropriate use of real-world evidence in oncology product development to facilitate patient-centered regulatory decision-making. And our program has served as a resource across the FDA for oncology real-world data, and we've had an increasing amount of consults as the increasing amount of real-world evidence is included in regulatory submissions. Our program covers 3 different centers, so CDER, where we cover 5 oncologic divisions, including solid tumors and hematologic malignancies, as well as CBER and CDRH as they pertain to oncology medical product development. And I've highlighted below 2 examples of recent use of real-world data successfully in the approval of 2 oncologic medical products, abatacept and alpelisib, and I'll get into that a bit more in just a little bit. So I want to describe that we are part of a broader ecosystem in context of effectiveness evaluation at the FDA. So for our FDA real-world evidence, broadly speaking, programs, there is the CDER and CBER program, and that is led by the Office of Medical Policy and provides guidance and is very broad in the discussion of policy. And then we have the Oncology Real-World Evidence Program within OCE, focused on oncology medical products and the implementation of many of the guidances. And then in CRH, there are a device real-world evidence program. So within our ecosystem, medical product center focus. So I would like to then talk a little bit about our regulatory review and really where we do the cornerstone of what the FDA does. And here I want to just mention that in specifically related to the prior slide around collaboration, that the Office of Medical Policy has led an effort where CBER, CDER, and OCE have collaborated, and we have here just listed a sample of the 6 recently released FDA RWD guidances, and they're centered around 3 domains. So 2 on sources, medical claims, electronic health records, and registries. 3 that are submission focused around considerations, submitting documents, and then 1 that is specifically design focused around externally controlled trials. And I would recommend that if you have specific questions, to always consult our guidances. So now let's talk a little bit about how we think about the use of real-world data and real-world evidence for regulatory purposes. So likely the use of real-world data can be to support effectiveness and or safety of a new molecular entity or unapproved drug, to support a labeling change, to support post-marketing requirements and post-marketing commitments, or as contextual evidence. And in thinking a bit about when you might use this, or the rationale for the use of real-world data is paramount. And I think it's important to mention that when you can randomize, you should randomize. Therefore, there needs to be an important context for use. And some of these contexts might include when there are feasibility challenges, when there are ethical concerns, or questionable equipoise. However, feasibility challenges alone may not be enough to sufficiently justify the use of real-world data, and it's really clinical context dependent. And so some potential applications of that might include pediatrics, rare diseases, areas of significant unmet medical need, molecular subgroups, or underrepresented populations. And so what makes data fit for use for regulatory decision-making? Well, it's really relevant and reliable data with an adequate study design and an appropriate study conduct. And so just in expanding upon that and directly from our guidance around some considerations to think about, it's important to think about transparency when we think about data collection, the ability to really think about evaluating real-world data sources for their feasibility, providing justification of that source, documenting that feasibility, describing adequately the patient characteristics in the source and study populations, and finalizing the protocol and statistical analysis plan a priori. It's also important to note that to support a marketing application, FDA must be confident that the data were not selected or that specific analyses were not conducted to favor certain conclusions. So I want to talk a little bit about a successful example of the use of real-world data, and that is alpelisib. Alpelisib received an accelerated approval in April of 2022 for the treatment of patients 2 years of age or older with severe manifestations of PIK3CA-related overdose spectrum who require systemic therapy. And EPIC-P1 was a study design, a single-arm clinical study And that was done in an expanded use program across 7 sites in 5 countries. And the really interesting aspect of the study is that it was predefined in many contexts, including the objectives, the data collection, the statistical analysis plan, and guidance for patient enrollment was also included. The primary endpoint was response at week 24 by blinded independent central review, and the efficacy endpoint is radiographic response rate and also demonstration of durable response. And so to put this in a little bit of context as to how this data supported this decision, again, there was a predefined plan, objectives, enrollment plan, statistical analysis. It's a rare disease, an area of high unmet medical need with no prior approved therapies, and there was objective outcome validation. So images were available, and it was blinded independent central review, again, demonstrating that durable response. So this is really mirroring as close as you might be able to get in this context to the trial context. And all of that together provided a substantial evidence of effectiveness and a positive benefit risk assessment. And so putting this all together into an appropriate regulatory context, the context of a single arm study with the use of data with VICR from the Managed Access Program were considered appropriate given the rarity of PROS and the high unmet medical need. And so now I want to move into quality. And I think, as you just saw, there's quite a highlight in the context of quality. And Meg, if you show this slide, doesn't look like it translated exactly well, but I'll try to cover everything together. So the primary focus when we think about data quality and how data get from EHR through various transformations into an analytic data set and then to the FDA for review, inspections and auditing is an important component that is starting to become, I think, increasingly more important as more applications come in. And in an inspection, the primary focus is to verify the quality, integrity, and reliability of the study data and that the data collected are fit for regulatory review. So there are various aspects that are important to think about, including in an inspection, verifying the roles and responsibilities, including if a third-party data group was involved. In addition, making sure that the protocol data were collected in concordance with the protocol, and making sure that the measures and assessments were appropriately conducted, study conduct and data integrity were maintained, and that the data submitted to the FDA and the real-world data to evaluate that those against one another are accurate. And so there are some challenges when it comes to real-world data studies, including access to source records, assessment of that data quality, integrity, and reliability, and transparency in the data curation, the transformation processes to ensure that what's being submitted and that what we're seeing is actually valid. And so I want to now move a little bit to how we take everything in the context of what we do in regulatory review and transform that into what is meant and intended to be ways in which we can enrich our understanding through regulatory science research. And I think that our regulatory science research and our regulatory review are quite synergistic in that one informs the other. And so when we began our program, we set out with 3 goals: to enhance source data, standardize submissions, and to think about development of real endpoints. And we have various examples, some of which I think you'll hear more about this afternoon. It's nice to say that as of this point, we have publications pending in each of these projects. And so I think our goal is really to take the opportunity here today to talk about a really important aspect that underlies all of these, which is data quality. So I'm going to focus on one of these projects, which is the Oncology Q card, or quality characterization and assessment of real-world data. This is a collaboration with the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the FDA, and was really built upon the fact that oncology review divisions are receiving a high volume of real-world data containing submissions in a non-standardized format. And so these submissions did not have sufficient information, therefore there were consistent gaps, and it was really a need to obtain additional clarification. So the objective of this was to provide a structure that can support the inclusion of sufficient information for initial characterization to facilitate and increase efficiencies, which we think are the benefit via more effective communication. So as you can see here in a figure that is publicly available on the website and a publication that is pending, this is a common data elements table for early proposals that spans everything from thinking about the source data to the specific aspects of the study, study population and covariate endpoint exposures, as well as statistical analysis and things like a missing data plan, data quality, data integrity, provenance, all the important aspects to really understand how an initial proposal could be discussed early and often with the FDA. So this is an opportunity to come talk with us and echoes, again, the opportunity for collaborative efforts. I think the problem that we're talking about today, real data quality, is not a small problem, and I think it's going to take collaborative effort. And so I just want to highlight that the last collaboration we just discussed, the Q card, but the opportunity that FDA has to welcome all sorts of scientific collaborations to advance our understanding of real-world evidence and data quality through a variety of mechanisms, from CERCs to BAAs, grants, public-private partnerships, and research collaboration agreements. So I think this is really, I'm excited for the day to talk about this important topic and work with everyone together. And so we welcome your collaboration. And I just want to close by posing some thoughts around the possibilities and challenges of evidence generation. So I think from a possibilities perspective, we're in a unique perspective for enhancing evidence modernization. We're thinking about how we can pair clinical research and clinical practice, and there's efforts going on, USCGI Plus, a real-world response, understanding drug effects in underrepresented populations, and rapid characterization of public health needs. And from a challenges perspective, why we're here today, source data and quality, I think, is imperative, underlying, fundamental to effective and appropriate use of real-world data, implementation of pragmatic trials, of course, causal inference, integration and access of data systems, interoperability, and then, of course, the justification and appropriate use of ECTs by clinical setting. And I think these are going to be, and methodologically, a lot of ongoing methods development. So with that, I want to acknowledge our wonderful team in the Oncology RWD program, our OCD leadership, and all of our colleagues across the agency as we work together to collaboratively advance the use of real-world data for patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. That was great. Really appreciate that tour of all the stops that the data take along the way, and all the train stops and all the attendants there. Really good, great to have that example of applicability and the approach of real-world data. And to talk to us more about that, we have Dr. Ilka Campbell, who is the lead of scientific strategy at Aetion. She comes to this work with lots of experience on the sponsor side, trying to operationalize all this guidance. So, Ilka, welcome.
So nice to be here. Thanks for having me. I'm going to be talking about other uses of real-world data in oncology regulatory applications beyond external control arms. And, you know, everyone here is familiar with what an external control arm is, but these use cases are so nuanced. I want to be really precise in what I'm talking about today. What I'm talking about is the use of real-world data to form a patient comparator arm in lieu of an internal control arm, because we're comparing it with a single arm trial, and statistical analytic methods are used to mimic randomization and control for confounding. So this kind of approach of an external control arm has been attempted many times in US oncology regulatory applications to facilitate direct comparisons with single arm trials to support effectiveness claims. But none has been successful, largely due to reviewer concerns around insufficient comparability in the data that are collected through a single arm trial and routine clinical practice, or what's captured in real world data sources. We've seen this approach successful in other TAs. So Convened is an example that comes from the metabolic space, but not in oncology. And so there's a lot of authorship around, you know, exactly what these concerns are and what, how they introduce bias into and hamper the ability to make causal conclusions. I'm not going to review them here, but the point that I want to make today is Beyond this use of real-world data, there are other very impactful roles that real-world data can support in oncology regulatory applications. And we saw an example from Donna where managed access programs were used to collect data on treated patients to support an approval. I'm going to talk about a couple of other roles of real-world data. We can see use cases that have used real-world data to support a rationale for a non-randomized study in lieu of a randomized approach. There are use cases to show that real-world data are critical for demonstrating the representativeness of the trial population, and as well as providing benchmark outcome rates or natural history to support causal interpretation of findings from single-arm trials. So I'll go through a use case of each of these roles. The first one is from Abecma, which was developed for relapsed or refractory multiple myeloma. And in the application, real-world data were combined from multiple sources, from clinical sites, from registries, from external research databases, into a single data set to form a cohort that was used as an external control arm for the single-arm trial. In addition, the data from that cohort, from combined real-world data, was used to provide information on real-world treatment utilization patterns within the indicated population. So when considering the ECA, the FDA reviewers determined that it was not adequate to provide context or comparison for the single-arm trial findings, and they cited several methodological limitations that precluded that kind of comparison, such as differential assessments of the tumor response between the single-arm trial protocol and the real-world data. However, when you look at the full review, you see that there is other very essential utility that came out of the real-world data analysis of that cohort. In particular, they provided information to show that there was not really a universally accepted standard of care for this indicated patient population. The data showed something like 90 regimens were being used in routine clinical practice. And the reviewers picked up on this. They concluded that the population eligible for the study did not have an accepted standard of care therapy, rendering a randomized controlled trial design infeasible. This is reflected in the significant heterogeneity in the treatments received by a comparable cohort of relapsed and refractory myeloma patients, included in the real-world evidence study. This indicates the lack of an accepted standard of care for this population. Therefore, a single-arm trial design is reasonable for this late-line population. And as Donna reminded us, real-world evidence really should only be considered when randomization is not feasible. So this is I think, a really critical and maybe underappreciated use of real-world data in setting up the rationale for the evidence generation strategy, pivotal evidence generation strategy. All right, let's look at another example. TIPDAC was developed for recurrent or metastatic cervical cancer. And the sponsor provided an analysis of health claims data to characterize treatment utilization in this indicated population. They also queried the SEER database to provide data on disease characteristics. And when FDA was considering the trial population, the single-arm trial population, they noted that only 15% of that population was US patients. The rest came from the EU. And in that section where the sponsor has provided information on real-world treatment utilization and disease characteristics, the FDA reviewer agreed that with respect to disease characteristics and prior therapies, the study population is reflective of a US-based population with cervical cancer. And so this helped them accept the trial results despite the fact that a small minority of the patient population came from the US. All right. A third example comes from Cote-Lugo, which was developed for children with neurofibromatosis 1 and symptomatic plexiform neurofibroma. And the real-world data were obtained from a primary data collection natural history study was used as an external control arm in the application. And the FDA had concerns about interpreting that comparison as a direct comparison between that external arm and the single arm trial. They said that no formal statistical comparison could be made, and they cited heterogeneity in the patient population and measured and unmeasured factors. So they were worried about confounding and interpreting that comparison. But they did state that the natural history study demonstrated a key characteristic of the indication is the uncommon occurrence of spontaneous regression, such that the observed tumor response in SPRINT, which was the pivotal single-arm trial, are concluded to be the effect of the drug. So this is a use of real-world data serving as a benchmark for interpreting the single-arm trial results. Okay. So I'm getting a signal that I have a couple minutes left. I'll wrap up with some takeaways. This is just, a smattering of examples. There are many more within oncology. But what we see from our systematic review of use cases is that there are lots of opportunities and even, I would say, must-haves for using real-world data and supporting oncology regulatory applications beyond external control arms. We looked through examples that supported the rationale for a non-randomized trial design, that supported the demonstration of the representativeness of a single-arm trial, serving as an external control benchmark for effectiveness. And just to pause on that, one thing we've noticed in use cases where the sponsor submitted an external control arm, it wasn't ultimately accepted. And in many cases, the reviewers spent a lot of energy going through the methods and really trying to examine the sources of bias and the interpretability of the comparison. And in a couple of those use cases, a supportive benchmark was acceptable, but it wasn't intended. That wasn't the intent. And so what we think would be a good standard practice going forward is the use of real-world data, if it's being considered as a benchmark, to be explicitly stated as such, and that it's related to the third point here, that complex confounding control may be distracting. It may give the impression that you are more confident about the comparability of data collection than perhaps the FDA might be. And really, the interpretation of as a benchmark is the most appropriate. Just a couple of final thoughts. Robust real-world data analysis to characterize the baseline factors of an indicated population, its treatment utilization, natural history, needs to be done early in development. I think that's exemplified by the Beckman example, where they saw how the heterogeneity in treatment utilization does not support a randomized design, and that real-world data strategies should be done with intention so that reliable, actionable information is available when decisions are needed to be made about the evidence generation strategy, about how to design the trial, and how to interpret their results.
Really appreciate that, underscoring again what Donna had presented on the ways that we can use real-world data, how important it is for contextual setting, and justifying unique trial designs. So next, to take us up, continue on our tour of the use of real-world data, what we've learned, we have Dr. Jeff Allen. He's the president and CEO of Friends of Cancer Research, which many of you all are familiar with. But Jeff and the work of Friends has done amazing things to create unique scientific partnerships, advance and accelerate policy change, and support super important research. So Jeff, thank you.
Thank you, Carla, and thanks for the opportunity to join today's meeting to discuss some of the pilots that we've had the pleasure of being a part of over the last couple of years related to the advancement of real-world evidence. As we've heard already this morning, and likely we'll hear throughout the day, the context matters for the utilization of real-world evidence. And this strikes me as an example of recent use of real-world evidence as part of the expansion of palbociclib for male breast cancer. Now, real-world evidence, of course, has been used for a number of decades in order to evaluate potential safety signals for drugs, but it was this expansion of palbociclib that was one of the first that I can recall that the use of real-world evidence played a notable role in the approval of this additional indication. Interestingly, when you look at the role that it did play in the indication, you can see here on the left how FDA characterized this in their review documents. Here, the summary was in the journal Clinical Cancer Research, where the real-world evidence elements were a component alongside numerous clinical trials, safety registries, and including information like a literature search. But what was heard in the long run and what was published in a number of different trade articles was an extreme focus on the role of real-world evidence, including headlines such as Pfizer wins expanded Ibrance approval using real-world data, which of course is true, but it was just one component of the review. So as we talk today about the role that real-world evidence can play in regulatory decision-making, I think it's important for us also to recognize that it is a component of the evidence that assists in the regulatory review and the evaluation of drug products for a variety of different uses. And also think about the different applications of real-world evidence, and that the role that FDA plays in evaluating real-world evidence is just one example of quality checks that can be put into place to evaluate the fit for purpose of real-world data. But there's other opportunities to utilize real-world evidence, including things like characterizing the natural history of disease and different populations, or even to think about optimizing clinical trial designs into the future. Also, things like investigating populations or drug combinations that were not part of the original clinical studies. Or looking at supplemental effectiveness in long-term surveillance of products once they are utilized in a broader post-approval situation. Our interest in looking at the role of real-world evidence through a series of pilot projects came very early on after the example that I noted earlier. One of the challenges of real-world evidence is that one of the roles. Sorry, let me pause for a second. Our interest in looking at the advancement of real-world evidence as a research tool was to note that traditional clinical endpoints can be hard to obtain from real-world data. This led us to be interested in exploring potential new endpoints that might be able to be extracted from electronic health data. In addition to hard clinical endpoints, intermediate endpoints that rely on measures of progression or response are even more difficult to obtain from electronic records. So we wanted to ask the question, are there endpoints that can be readily extracted from real-world data that may serve as a proxy for long-term benefit that may actually help inform evaluation of products once they're on the market? This slide just displays a number of the different pilot projects that we've engaged various different experts and stakeholders in over the past several years. This includes looking at the feasibility of aligning a population across a common protocol, looking at endpoints that can be extracted from real-world data, and finally, the evaluation of response from electronic data. I'll touch briefly on these today, but you can see that these have been the subject of a number of different meetings and publications over the last couple of years. The focus in thinking about a potential framework in order to evaluate real-world endpoints is described in this particular slide. We wanted to look at different endpoints, including things like real-world overall survival, or time to treatment discontinuation, or time to next treatment, to understand whether these could be correlate with the expected outcomes in a retrospective study. In order to do this, we identified a scenario of advanced non-small cell lung cancer treated with chemotherapy or immune checkpoint inhibitors, or a combination of both. You can see here listed at the bottom of the slide the data partners that have been participating in this initial pilot study. And through this study, we wanted to ask the question, can real-world endpoints be used to accurately characterize differences between available interventions, and can further alignment on data quality and standards be used to develop a framework to evaluate these endpoints into the future? As you can see here from one of our first pilot projects. Each of these different panels represents a different treatment intervention, and each column represents a different data set. In this case, we worked with 7 different data partners that had data coming from different sources, and each of them aligned along a common protocol in order to identify the demographic and clinical characteristics of interest. And through this, you can see on the rows for each of the different characteristics here, that there was relatively good alignment across each of the different data sets. There were some challenges and alignment based on the sources of the data that were available, things like missingness of data, for example, around performance status that may not have been consistent across all of the data sets. And perhaps these were sources that might be able to identify variability that occurred and why we might see differences between the different sources of data that participated in this pilot project. So again, we wanted to take a known clinical question here seen on the left, where there have been large pivotal trials that demonstrated the improved outcomes associated with the utilization of immune checkpoint therapy over chemotherapy in the lung cancer setting. Knowing what we had seen in the clinical trials, the purpose was not to re-adjudicate these particular clinical trials, which have modified clinical practice significantly over the last couple of years, but to take this known factor and explore what it looked like when looking at these 2 interventions using real-world data. Here you can see some of the outcomes associated with this particular pilot project. Interestingly, on the left-hand side, looking at the hard endpoint of overall survival, even though this is a definitive clinical endpoint, this remains challenging to extract from electronic health records. And the reasons for this may be back to the factors that I mentioned earlier around the potential missingness of data and the challenges of obtaining accurate date of death information from a number of different real-world sources, or in this case, different factors that may include things like an insufficient follow-up time for the IO cohort, or even things like subsequent therapy that could lead to this observation that wasn't necessarily seen in the original clinical trials that led to approval of the immune checkpoint inhibitors in this case. On the real-world endpoints, looking at some of the time to event endpoints like treatment discontinuation or treatment switching in the center and right-hand side of the panel here, you can see that these the improvements in hazard ratios are what you would expect based on the original clinical trials here, where each of the different data sources, despite some variability in the magnitude of effect, showed a demonstrated improvement for the IO-containing regimens in terms of the ability for patients to stay on these products longer as a potential indicator of benefit in a lack of progression and improved tolerability over the chemotherapy alternative. In addition to looking at the time to treatment discontinuation and next treatment endpoints, we, as a third pilot, we wanted to look at the ability of evaluating overall response rates, a common measure that is used in clinical trials, but is difficult to replicate from real-world evidence due to oftentimes a lack of standardized collection time points and availability of imaging. Here you can see on the left-hand side to the issue of available images, most of the data sources that are utilizing and aggregating real-world data do not have access to the raw images. In the center, reports based on those images are frequently included in the electronic health records. And on the right side, you can see that nearly all of the different data sets participating in this pilot had availability of a clinician assessment of response to therapy. So in this, obviously at this point, since we did not have access to the raw images, most of the data sets were leveraging what they could extract from the clinician assessment or the image reports in order to determine how a patient was responding to therapy. And as you can see here, in correlating this to the typical measures of RECIST, you can see a relative agreement across the 7 different data sources in terms of their assessment of response rates that were observed in each of the real-world data sets. Interestingly, when you look at how this compares back to what you would expect from the clinical trials, these response rates from the real-world data are higher than what was observed in the clinical trials. This is very likely because, based on the clinician's assessment, things like stable disease that may not qualify as a RECIST-based response in a clinical trial may still cause the physician to determine that the patient is not progressing and they should stay on therapy here. So this is one reason that we see an elevated response rate in terms of the real-world data in these particular data sets. So the conclusion from these various different pilots that we were able to reach, just to sum up some of the information here, is that it was possible to coordinate efforts across numerous real-world data organizations to arrive at alignment around a focused research question. The depth of data varied, and the data providers that were among the different cohorts from each organization were able to characterize the data source and align on that underlying population that it is capturing. What we were able to see in terms of the endpoints was that there was correlation between the clinical outcomes expected from the clinical trials and several real-world endpoints, including data sets that did have a near complete mortality data, indicating that the potential use of endpoints such as treatment discontinuation and time to next treatment may be some sort of proxy for the treatment effectiveness coming for real-world studies. And finally, the demonstrated feasibility of response endpoints based on clinician assessment suggests that real-world response may be a clinically relevant endpoint and warrants further observation into the future. In thinking about the use of real-world data moving forward and the findings that came from these potential pilot projects, they raise the point that real-world data does have a number of different uses in addition to regulatory decision-making. Things like hypothesis generating for future clinical studies, or looking at ways to expand the utilization and methods to apply real-world evidence and continue to strive to improve data quality into the future. Of course, there are regulatory implications that we'll be discussing throughout the day today, including things like confirming a benefit when a traditional trial may not be possible. And ultimately, in the long run, real-world evidence may play a role in determining value of treatments into the future. I want to leave you with just one figure here in thinking about the potential application of real-world evidence in cancer care. In this particular graph, these are older oncology drugs, as you can see in the timelines below. And just to break down, I know it's difficult to see some of the individual drugs, but just to break down this graph, the yellow lines in the bar graph represent indications of use that are included in NCCN clinical guidelines. The yellow are those that are within the scope and matching, but expanding upon the FDA labeled indication. The blue bars represent new indications that are outside of the label for each of the drugs listed here. And the green bar on each of the left-hand side of the for each drug indicates the number of different indications that are included in the FDA label. What this is an indicator of is that over time, our learning about different drugs continues to evolve. This includes things like ongoing clinical trials and the collection of real-world evidence. So as we look today at the role that real-world evidence is playing in informing regulatory decisions, it's important, I think, for us to keep in mind that this is also informing clinical information and decision-making that occurs over time. So no matter the use of the real-world evidence, we should be striving to improve data quality, given the important role that it plays in the future of cancer care. I'd like to thank all of the project partners that participated in each of these different pilot projects for sharing their data, their expertise, and their time. This research would not have been possible without their contributions, and we certainly thank them for their partnership. I look forward to the discussions today, and thank you for being a part of today's meeting.
Thank you, Rachel, and welcome back, everybody. So we left off with Jeff describing what we've learned from use of real-world data, important takeaways on where we can go and what has worked and where we might focus. And now to wrap us all up, I'm going to pass the mic to my co-moderator, Nicole Mahoney. She is the Executive Director of Regulatory Policy at Novartis. Nicole, take it away.
Thank you, Carla, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. I'm looking forward to the moderated panel session. So I have the task of kind of wrapping up the key points from session one. And the goal is to provide some background for the panel discussion, but also hopefully the rest of the day. So I tried to capture a couple of things that we discussed at a very high level. One was we discussed our collective experience with real world data and real world evidence, mostly for regulatory purposes, but as we heard, not exclusively. And we want to take the opportunity to learn from all of our experience over the past couple of years, and then think about what do we do next? What are the opportunities? How are we going to address challenges? How are we going to set us up for success? And we talked about what we've seen in terms of FDA's review of different products and different use cases. And then Olga also presented some information from research that she has done at Aetion. And we discussed where we started and where we're going. In that context, I thought it was very helpful that Mark McClellan put up a slide with a map of the world to show us where all these different countries are actually issuing guidance. And we're even at the point of ICH contemplating through a reflection paper, harmonized guidance on real world data and evidence definitions. And I think that's a very different place than where we were just a few years ago with very little specific guidance pertaining to real world data and real world evidence. And of course, Jeff also gave us an understanding of how people were interpreting uses of real world data just a few years ago. And then maybe what we've learned through our research, through applications, and through review of those applications. We talked about frameworks and considerations for evaluating real world data and evidence for regulatory decisions. And really, I think that starts with the appropriateness and the context of use for using it. And both Olga and Donna talked about that in the regulatory context, but I'll note that Jeff mentioned some non-regulatory uses of real world data that we should probably all be thinking about. We talked about opportunities, and as I mentioned, those extend beyond just regulatory, including using real world data and evidence to put drug development programs into context and even help design traditional studies. And then finally, we talked about something that I hope will continue for the rest of the day, and that is what are the collaborations that we can undergo to understand real world data and where it adds value, and also advance its use. And we heard about that from Jeff with the experience with data vendors for really understanding real world data endpoints and what they tell us. And we heard about what FDA is doing. I'm particularly excited about issues around source data and improving data capture at the point of care. But they're also looking at standardizing how sponsors go in and talk about submissions so people are on the same page. They could get useful scientific advice. And then finally, there's a lot of methods development to be done and work on endpoints. And so the question is, where do we go from here? And we're hoping the panel discussion kicks off some ideas, sparks some conversation, and the rest of the day we'll explore some of these issues in more depth. So we're hoping to talk a little bit about tools to assess and demonstrate the suitability of real world data and evidence for regulatory purposes. There's a lot to think about there. What are appropriate context of use, for example? What does data quality look like? Do you have the right study designs? Do you have the right methods? We're going to talk about ways to operationalize guidance and frameworks. We will talk a little bit about the need for aligned definitions on things like real world data measures and their utility. We'll talk about how we gain a common understanding of real world data and the best practices across different stakeholders. And then finally, we're hoping to have an opportunity to talk about improved data capture at the point of care and some ongoing work in that regard. And I want to leave you just with this slide, which talks about the potential for real world data and evidence in drug development and beyond, with a focus on oncology, of course. And really, these potential uses fall into three pillars. One is understanding the disease in the clinical context. Another one would be to inform clinical development programs. And then finally, and as Jeff mentioned, just one use for real world data and evidence, these information can be used to investigate the benefits and risks of products, including informing post-market decisions. So with this in context, maybe we'd like to invite the panel up for Q&A.
Okay, so here we are. We're all sitting around a real world data restaurant table. I'd like to send my first question to Donna here. Donna, you talked about the Q card and a standardized approach to describing and characterizing real world data for oncology clinical trials. If it was a restaurant, your top menu pick for what you want to see that's really gonna inform whether the data are reliable and relevant.
Sure. I think the first thing I guess I want to mention as we think about this is, the expanding our thoughts around the regulatory purposes, right? So I think when we envision Q-Card, we think about submissions, but we also think about the need for high quality data, whether that data is to make clinical decisions or patient decisions. It's regulatory decisions. It's really about decision making and having high quality real world data in any context, because in any of those decisions that are very important, they need to be supported by high quality real world data. And if I had to think about, there's really a couple components that I think are integral. One is from a specific regulatory context, which is, what is the purpose? What is the intent? Is the justification there? But then as I think about it more, I really think about, fit for use. Are the data fit for use? That early feasibility evaluation, that early understanding when you look at the data, you look at your question, what is the question you are trying to answer? And are the data fit for use to answer that question? Are they relevant and are they reliable? And I think you have to start there with the early feasibility. And then there are a host of other questions, right? Quality, missingness. You don't even get to those questions though, if you don't have that upfront understanding.
Great, thank you. And how do you see folks operationalizing that to come using the Q card, for example, early and often?
I mean, I certainly think that is you'll see it throughout our guidances, and I think that's our best advice is to come talk to us early and often. So I think the Q card's a great place in oncology to start. It's the elements around real world data, source information, study design components, statistical analysis plan. We've asked for just a brief summary of that information that you can provide, and then come talk to us. And we're highly willing to engage to make sure that you're set up to answer the question that you intend to answer in a meaningful way.
And so thanks, Donna, for that discussion about Q-Card. Moving on to other tools. Olga, can you give a little bit of background about the tools that you might use to approach the use and fit for purpose assessment of real world data?
Sure. Sure. We at Aetion, we have, always start with a target trial emulation approach, which means that the researcher goes through the mental exercise of imagining the randomized controlled trial that you would do if it was feasible, and then articulating the key design elements of that trial and how one will emulate that using real world data. And my co-authors and I have developed a couple of frameworks. The parent frameworks are nicknamed SPACE and SPIFT, in case you've seen them in the literature, that start from that target trial step. But one thing I wanted to pick up on that Donna mentioned was about needing to do upfront homework and the iterative nature of confirming feasibility. And being able to conceive of the randomized trial that you would do with the idea that you're trying to emulate it in real world data means that you have a good understanding of aspects of the clinical condition, like how patients are monitored and assessed in routine clinical practice, because that helps determine what kind of endpoint would be reasonable, or what kind of inclusion/exclusion criteria would be reasonable. So that's the kind of homework that I think of as critical before you even start to conceive of the target trial, and then start thinking about applying some of these other frameworks in the literature to make sure that the study design and the data are fit for the research question.
Just as a follow-up, how do we socialize the understanding and use of these kind of frameworks? I know this is just one event to do that, but do you have any ideas on that?
I mean, I think it's just a matter of applying them and including them in submission packages. The way we have envisioned our framework where all study design decisions are documented and rationalized, and the data selection is fully rationalized. It includes information on data sources that were initially considered but were rejected, why they were rejected, as well as the recommended data source. That all of that can be submitted as appendices to the protocol so that the communication is very clear and transparent. I think the more often that happens, the adoption, the utility of it will be increasingly valued, and maybe the adoption will become more widespread.
That's so important, Olga. I mean, I think what you said, being able to include that in the submission packet, that you've gone through a rigorous framework and thought process, justifying your decision maybe, and it's in the appendix. So that transparency is very helpful. I think we're also looking at doing that as we assess algorithms and algorithm validation studies. There's been a lot of talk about coming to the agency ahead of time with, in real world data, the algorithms you intend to use and justifying that. So very helpful to hear that from you. And then, so you talked a lot about a lot of different frameworks. So we've got Q cards, BIFID, SPACE. Nicole, you're working in the regulatory space for sponsors. How do you, and in your work with Transcelerate and ICH, how do you envision taking all these different frameworks together and kind of harmonizing them and understanding what to use where and not submit different things to different agencies?
That's a very good question. So in my role, I assist teams with number one, monitoring for new guidance documents and new tools, and two, understanding them. And that really requires bringing together a cross-functional team internally to read these documents and try to figure out what they mean. That's number one. A lot of times we're doing that in response to an open consultation or call for comments from regulators. And the interesting thing is when you bring together stakeholders from different parts of the organization, you notice the importance of common terminology and common understandings. Because I've had, for example, epidemiologists use a term one way and statisticians use the exact same term in a different way. So I think one, understanding what you're looking at and what the current guidance is and expectations are really helpful. Two, I think operationalizing high-level guidance and integrating it into your workflow within your company is also an important thing to do. There's probably no one tool for doing that, but there are probably multiple tools that would be acceptable. But again, you need the buy-in of this multi-stakeholder group. I have been involved in a project with Transcelerate, and we recently published an audit readiness considerations document. And that document is designed to catalyze discussions with data holders and data vendors. And it's available online if you want to take a look at it. And it's basically a list of questions that sponsors could ask when they're evaluating real world data to see if it will be potentially fit for purpose. It was modeled after some work of Duke-Margolis and also the guidance documents that are coming out from FDA and EMA. And it's a series of questions that you can ask data providers to ensure that you'll have the documentation required for an audit and to kind of ascertain whether or not data is fit for purpose. So that is one way that we're trying to reconcile and bring together guidance from different parts of the world. I would definitely also put in a plug for the need for continued work on convergence and harmonization. And I was very glad to hear Mark McClellan bring that up today, because we will note that when we evaluate different guidance documents, the concepts are pretty closely aligned in terms of what does it mean to be relevant and reliable. However, some of the definitions or the approaches are a little bit different across regulators. We're accustomed to handling that, but it always helps to bring them closer together. So that kind of work is ongoing.
Thank you for that. Jeff, in your experience working with all these different data vendors and investigating these different inputs, anything you'd like to add on these different frameworks and how they've been useful in your work and what you've done and what you see going forward?
Yeah, I think one thing that has been helpful through these pilot projects is to, again, sort of facilitate that transparency. How different decisions were made and why, which may be obvious for any one organization evaluating their data, but it may not be clear around sort of that key question. And that was the purpose of doing these pilot projects. The goal here was not to re-adjudicate whether immunotherapy was better than chemotherapy. It was really just to have an open process to understand different permutations within the data, different decisions that were made based on that, and consistency of outcomes despite the variability of the underlying data. And really just try it. You can come up with the most perfect frameworks. Maybe we have them, but until you try it and sort of, pressure test the tires, then hopefully that will help continuously sort of improve. And I'd like to think that this was a low risk environment, where different of the data partners could ask different questions, request different analyses that could be informative. And hopefully same for our FDA colleagues, that, because there was no regulatory decision to be made here, the pressure was sort of off, right? It was just sort of to see what the outputs were and understand what contributed to that.
So, yeah, really important to create that space where you do this, you ability to ask questions, present data, and get feedback from the agency or agencies, so that we can really move forward. Because I think, in my mind, these frameworks are to operationalize guidance. And so, the FDA has done a lot in this space, establishing the Advancing Real World Evidence program. So my question next on that is, Donna, what are important aspects of successful applications to the Real World Evidence program? How do you do this? When do you do this?
Sure, I think it's a great question, and also just want to echo what Jeff said around the environment. I think we learned a lot from that project, and so it's such an opportunity for everyone to gain information and collaborate. I think it just underscores the fact that it's going to take a community and all of us working and collaborating together to really understand this. And to that point, as our name suggests, the CEDAR OCE program on advancing RWE is another opportunity to advance RWE with the FDA. And our program website, publicly available, outlays all the objectives, eligibility criteria, process. And so highly encourage you to look at that. And really, the FDA welcomes submissions related to any eligible RWE proposal. A limited number of requests are accepted in each cycle. Therefore, it's really based on the potential regarding fit for use data, adequate study design, and appropriate regulatory conduct. And of course, there's some consideration given to diversity of data sources, diversity of study designs, diversity of analytical methodologies, regulatory indications. And so really thinking about how we're bringing diverse opinions, even around therapeutic areas, FDA offices. And the concept is to provide that open engagement with FDA and really allow this opportunity for protocol development before study initiation to assess whether the RWE real world data can be used to support specific regulatory objectives. So I think it's a really nice opportunity to be able to engage. And if you have additional questions, would highly recommend contacting the FDA. CEDAR is led by our Office of Medical Policy, and again, contact us early and often.
Early and often, folks. So, Olga, Nicole, any experience with the Advancing Real World Evidence program?
We've worked with a couple of sponsors in the very early stages, but I have nothing to report out yet.
Are they, just one more follow-up, are they hesitant?
They recognize that there are very certain set of circumstances in which application to the program may be useful. I think one concern that we've heard is the timelines that, clinical development timelines operate at the speed of light, and they may not always be amenable to the real world evidence program. But, we counter that by saying, if you can make your timelines more flexible, you have this sort of hand-holding as part of the program that can be very valuable. But again, our involvement has been very early stage.
Early and often. Nicole?
I think I've had a similar experience, and so what I did when this program was announced, and especially when the website was created, was to go around to different teams and, let them know that it was available and all the criteria. I frankly find the criteria really useful because that gives teams an opportunity to look at what would be required for an application, and that's kind of like Q card in some ways. It's like a standard way that you would go apply and design an application for this program. So people are receptive, they're very curious about it. The real trick is making sure it fits in with drug development timelines, and that's a major consideration. So I would say people are willing and very interested in applying if it could fit in with the program. The other thing that I've definitely heard feedback on, because industry does have a track record of engaging in different PDUFA pilots with the agency, is just also ensuring that there's a continuity of advice over time. So of course, we want to go in and get early advice, but we also want to have some assurance or some reduced uncertainty that that advice will, for the most part, stay consistent over time. So those are the kind of concerns that I've heard.
Right. And so maybe there's an opportunity in this space to give advice back to sponsors about, prepping for those clinical timelines and doing this work early and assessing your data sources. If there's a way to cohort them and understand the use cases that they might potentially be for. We have a question from the audience. Unless, Nicole, you have a question you want to follow up with?
No, I can do after.
Okay, great. So, what article is Nicole referring to about an audit checklist?
Okay, so if you go to the Transcelerate website, and Transcelerate is an industry partnership to work on pre-competitive tools that will help the entire industry with drug development. If you go on their website, there is a work stream about real-world data, and you should be able to find the audit readiness considerations document on that site. It was just released in December. It is a document that will walk you through all of the dimensions or elements of data quality and the kind of questions you would want to ask of data vendors to make sure that you can properly assess if data is fit for purpose, but also document that in case there's a need for an FDA inspection, which can be the case. And the only other thing I'll say, I think I forgot to mention it before, is that we were very grateful for feedback from regulators, but really importantly, feedback from real-world evidence, real-world data providers during the construction of that document. So I hope that's helpful. I don't have the website memorized. Oh, so next question. And so you gave us a really good history and timeline of all the research that Friends of Cancer is doing, Friends of Cancer Research is doing with respect to real-world endpoints. Based on what you, what next steps might be for data providers?
It's a good question. I mean, I think finding the use cases that are appropriate to apply some of these learnings are important. Like I mentioned, actually, I think several of the speakers mentioned that there are different appropriate kind of clinical context or scenarios to apply real world data. And one could argue that we did not choose one of them in our initial pilot looking at advanced lung cancer. The reason that we chose that was because this was a proof of concept. It was meant to be inclusive, and part of that inclusivity was where data was available. And obviously in lung cancer, there's a comparatively large amount of data available due to the prevalence of the disease. But the application of this, as has been described, the application of real world evidence may be in instances where a typical randomized clinical trial is not feasible or ethical, or the populations are so small that there are limited alternatives. But I still think there's a fair amount to learn here from a conceptual standpoint. And those situations where one could imagine applying real world data are associated with their own challenges. And one of those large challenges is the availability of the data, at least at this point in time. I think through some of these initiatives, we are seeing comprehensive registries, things that are being put into place that hopefully will help create more real world prospective types of data that could be very important for the application of some of the things that we've been talking about today. And so I could see that, could be a good potential use case, to try and prospectively collect some of this information, alleviate some of the challenges with missingness of data, and continue to further characterize the potential of these different endpoints that are easier to extract from a clinical practice setting, as opposed to setting up a typical clinical trial.
Does anyone else have anything to add about prospective data collection or other efforts to improve quality?
Sure, maybe I'll chime in and just, I think, just to build on what Jeff said, I think the availability of imaging data was something we learned a lot about. And as you look back to the alpelisib example, you see the opportunity for blinded independent central review was pivotal in understanding data quality there. So I do think the availability of imaging data and the interoperability challenges, which we've learned about in a variety of contexts, this project, some other BAA supported work, it appears to be a challenge. So thinking about how to overcome some of those challenges, OCE recently launched Project Pragmatica, and I think pragmatic clinical trials is another way to think about the inclusion of real world data in, again, bridging clinical research and clinical practice. And I think if there's a session this afternoon that will talk about this a little bit more, but I do think that there's an opportunity for real world data to really be able to be forward thinking, to be prospective in nature and provide an opportunity that kind of meets and overcomes some of the retrospective, the traditional retrospective non-interventional study challenges. So again, depends on the context and clinical setting as to how you think about some of these things and which is the most appropriate design. However, I think that there are a lot of opportunities in the prospective area.
Wonderful. And so that's a tagline, I think. Oh, we have a question?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me okay?
We can,
Yeah,
yes.
so I'm from video that we tried out. So thank you so much for the really interesting discussion.
I'm going to come over to you like Oprah.
So I just wanted a couple of things for Ulka. So I just wonder if you could expand a bit on the first slide where you indicated no external control arms have led to FDA approvals for oncology, but I know from some of the work we've done looking at published studies, for example, like denosumab. Could you expand on why that is not classified by the FDA as an approval? Because my understanding was it was pivotal to the decision.
So for that particular product, Blincyto is I can pronounce that more easily. That was why I gave such a careful, precise definition at the beginning of my talk. I was referring to an external control arm that was intended as a replacement for an internal control arm because a single arm trial was being done, not a randomized trial. And that statistical analyses were being done in a way to mimic randomization and control for confounding. And the idea was to come out of it with a causal interpretation of the comparison between the control arm and the treated arm, the treated single arm trial arm. My read of the Blincyto use case is that the outcome rate in the control patients, I will say, even though it was a weighted analysis, was interpreted as a corroboration of the threshold that was set at the design of the single arm trial, used to identify when the primary endpoint was met. So again, these use cases are very nuanced. I think that is definitely a successful use of real world data, just not sort of meeting the very precise definition of an external control arm that I gave.
Thank you. And I just had another clarification for Donna from the FDA. On your list of measurements and definitions, have you got line of therapy? Because I know there's a lot of discussion on endpoints, but actually the line of therapy is increasingly important for all the recurrences you see. And if you don't have that actively, you get a lot of different measurements of OS.
Are you referring to a Q card, or are you referring to the Q card aspect of it?
Right.
Okay, yeah, no, I think it's a really good question. Certainly, a lot of times we're actually seeing that in the indication statement, right? So you'll see in the indication statement where the line of therapy is indicated. So certainly it is integral, and that would be a necessary upfront information for you to provide in Q cards for us to understand whether or not it's feasible. Because I think, as you're probably rightly alluding to, that aspect can make it more challenging to use real world data to support regulatory objective.
Right, I believe we have more questions from our in-person audience. I'll pass the microphone.
And then we'll take one from the external.
Hey, Mark Walgers from Johnson & Johnson. I have a question for you. We see quite a few therapies that are in the multiple myeloma setting also being used in plasma cell leukemias and patients with AL amyloidosis, particularly in that relapsed and refractory setting. And we know there are no standards of care for plasma cell leukemias and AL amyloidosis. But you see physicians, hematologists typically using those therapies because they've run out of options, and there's a lot of similarities clinically in terms of how patients respond. You see a lot of heterogeneity too in terms of the therapies that are being used. You know, when you think about the Abecma example, could you see an idea of looking at that heterogeneity in those disease settings and then coming back with real world data to explore seeking a regulatory indication for therapies in those two clinical settings?
It's a question for me, or?
Well, any of the panel.
Thinking through the Abecma use case and sort of the conclusion, one of my takeaways in the last slide of, patient level external control arms where you're aiming for a causal interpretation of the comparison, has not been successful yet. But I think intentionally designing a control to serve as a benchmark. We have seen successful use cases. I brought up one example, Blincyto is another example. There are others. I think that is a valuable use of real world data in supporting the interpretation of single arm trials. But I think to get there, it is crucial to understand the aspects of the clinical condition, as you're mentioning, treatment utilization, and particularly if there is early indication that there's a lot of heterogeneity, really understanding what that looks like, what the outcomes look like in that particular patient population. I think it's critical for decision-making on how you're going to use real-world data to support the interpretation of a single-arm trial. That I have to say, without the risk of sounding like a broken record, the learning that stands out as we work with sponsors in using real-world data for regulatory use is understanding the indicated patient population in terms of the specific indicated population in terms of treatments, patient journey, what kinds of assessments they're receiving at what time, baseline characteristics will serve the goals of the application in many different ways.
I might just add to, and kind of building on the example that Jeff gave and then kind of expanded upon, saying there are many uses for real world data. And I do think that elucidating patient populations, understanding natural history is, just thinking outside of real world data in the broader scope of epidemiology, right? Descriptive epidemiology is exactly that. And I think it's a very powerful tool. There's a large national investment, right, in SEER data, in our ability to understand. And so I think providing that contextual understanding is very valuable. And then obviously its ability to be used for a specific regulatory purpose is very, depends on the clinical setting, the clinical context, and to what's really feasible. But I certainly think that use is a very, as an epidemiologist, I think it's a very valuable use.
Thanks for that, Donna. I was just gonna say, I wanna just emphasize again what you said, real world data, it's not just retrospective, but important, definitely in that aspect as well, but to move forward, thinking about how we use the retrospective data to inform our clinical trials and to collect better prospective data in a clinical setting. We have a question from the audience that relates to collecting this data and standards and the exchangeability, I think that all of you spoke about, and that kind of missingness, which I think has improved since at least COVID, to really link to external data sets and understand how those connections get done. So what role do the panelists think partnerships such as CancerX and Vulcan will play moving forward with standards? What are barriers for industry to adopt existing data standard models like ENCODE? Jeff, you might take that one, and FHIR.
Well, our health systems are very complicated and each institution may do things a little bit differently for a variety of reasons. I think that continues to be a challenge. And when you add in additional data requirements, it complicates care all the more. You know, and I think that's why there's a desire to have something that appears or feels like it's a more automated process, you know, from collecting real world data. Unfortunately, it's not quite that simple. If only there were that red button that you could hit and the analysis would be spit out for you. But I do think, you know, in terms of some of the partnerships that you mentioned, some of our experience, you know, another benefit of some of these pilot collaborations is, you know, and I think we've mentioned this generally of you know, kind of bringing expertise together. But one thing that I think benefits from this is it brings the people who quite possibly are most familiar with the data partners, closer together with those that are evaluating the data, with the regulators. And there sometimes isn't that, there may not always be that venue to interact because, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but oftentimes these data are brought to the FDA by the sponsor for their discussions about the product. Which, you know, makes some sense for a variety of reasons, but it may not necessarily directly involve the data developers, which I think could be, you know, one step to think about into the future, because, you know, the more the data developers and those familiar with the data understand and have the opportunities to interact with the regulators and the questions that are being asked, they may be able to begin to address these things more quickly in terms of improving data quality into the future.
Great, yes, I mean, absolutely, and that opportunity, I think, for these different stakeholders to come together and to understand, especially when we're thinking about interoperability and exchange with FHIR and USCDI Plus, I think, for some of these new data elements, like what are those critical, from a clinical standpoint and a patient standpoint, those critical data elements that needed to be exchanged, semantic and syntactic interoperability. Done.
Yeah, I might just also mention, I think this is a really interesting time. There's a concerted effort within, you know, across federal agencies to really gain some momentum. Obviously, the FDA commissioner, the new NIH director, a lot of the cancer moonshot work. So I do think there's some catalytic energy, I think, to really move some of this forward. And I certainly think that again, I said it before and I'll say it again, I think collaboration is the way that we're going to make this happen. There's so many important people that need to come together and really, you know, all of epidemiology, clinical, biostatistics, you know, the individuals that are working in the data architecture, you know, all of these to try to build something that really works and bridges our opportunity for clinical practice and clinical research. So I'd like to think I'm optimistic, maybe cautiously optimistic that we're going to build something better together.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the panel. Better together. We're going to take this and move forward to our next session. And thank you all for setting the groundwork of where real world data is, where it's going, and we promise. So on to session 2.
So I am pleased to kick off our session 2 presentations. Session 2 will take a deep dive on obstacles, namely data, clinical grade data. And I do want to highlight a few things that we heard earlier today, particularly Dr. Mark McClellan during his opening remarks. He mentioned a study by Thola Morales and colleagues that was published in April of last year. where in that paper, they summarize details on use of external controls and regulatory and HTA submissions with the goal of contextualizing outcomes from uncontrolled trials for all indications between 2015 and 2021. A few takeaways that we learned from that paper, just with some background research that we've done here at Duke-Margolis, is that key FDA feedback in those submissions that are certainly relevant to our upcoming discussion, or that external controls well, let me backtrack. Of the 4 oncology drugs that FDA reviewed where real world evidence was considered, key FDA feedback included the fact that external control was conducted in a large number of patients, so size matters. The study accounted for differences in patient characteristics between studies. They talked about power and what's sufficient or insufficient to detect a clinically meaningful difference. Even in cases where patient numbers were small, the results were consistent across subgroups analyzed. So certainly some food for thought for us as we start off this session. And then lastly, there were potential limitations with respect to the completeness and quality of historical data. But in some cases, patient baseline disease characteristics were generally similar. So these are just a few patient level considerations to keep in mind as we think more about clinical data and what's possible for real world evidence generated from clinical data. So moving into our session 2, first we're going to hear from one of our panelists who will kick off our session with a first presentation. We have Amanda Borens from Merida Informatics joining us. And then next we'll hear from Erilyn Makarian from Patients Like Me. Then we'll hear from Laura Fernandez at CODA. And then finally, we'll hear a final presentation from Laura Esserman, Dr. Laura Esserman at UCSF. So across all of these presentations today, we're going to learn about the patient journey and experience from a data scientist perspective and a patient perspective, a nice intersectional lens there. We'll focus also on patient-reported self data, including EHR data for patient and provider use. We'll hear more about how primary collection clinical data is the standard for regulatory grade data, some might argue. And then we'll focus on some solutions to alleviate frustration. So really, we're going to hear from a really great group of folks for a really interesting both presentations and panel discussions. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic to our first presenter, Amanda Borens.
Hey everybody, I'm Amanda Borens. I am the Chief Data Officer at a company called Reagan-Udall Foundation. We deal with secure environments for clinical research. And I'm also an oncology patient, unfortunately. On my first slide, I just want to give you an overview of my background as a data scientist. I have really broad experience over almost 30 years. I've worked for about a decade in EHR development systems. I've worked in big data and even before it was capitalized, when we didn't know what big data was, I worked really heavily in research and big data using geographic information systems and studying metagenomics. I've also worked in medical device development and helped bring a device through to FDA clearance and CE mark throughout the clinical trials. I was the data scientist doing the data analysis. More recently, I worked in global health platforms in a nonprofit setting. I worked with 14 different disease area public-private partnerships to build global health platforms. I engaged with lots of regulatory agencies, sometimes funded by FDA, for example, and also worked with World Health Organization, using data from clinical trials, omics, imaging, real-world data, and digital health technologies that some people call wearables. I most recently, as I mentioned, work to provide secure cloud-based environments for hospitals and biotech, specifically research hospitals and pharma, our bread and butter customers. So on the next slide, I want to switch over and talk about my background as a patient. So unfortunately, I have an even more deep background as a patient. I've been a cancer patient almost continuously in treatment since 2017. I have both breast cancer and colon cancer. So I'm very well known at several cancer centers. I won't list all of those details, but if if you could go back to the slide. I just want to sort of point out something that's salient to what we're talking about with real world data, which is that I've been to 5 different cancer centers. And I'm actively in treatment at 2 different NCI designated cancer centers now. They're part of 2 different hospital systems. I've been an inpatient in 3 different unaffiliated hospitals. And, you know, you can see the countless amounts of infusion and SBRT, dozens and dozens of imaging studies. But throughout all this time where I'm actively in cancer treatment, I also am a human who has other healthcare issues, right? So I've seen primary care. I've gone to one of those urgent care standalone facilities. I've been to an endocrinologist, my gynecologist. Lots and lots of data have been collected about me over the last 7 years. And then separately, I've been a participant in 3 clinical trials. So on the next slide, I'm going to talk about the chasm between my reality as a data scientist who deals with this professionally all the time and my reality as a patient and the surprising disconnect. Okay, so I'll start by just talking about my expectations based on my actual experience professionally. And I'll skip over the details of this so that we can move quickly. But 25 years ago, between 20 and 30 years ago, when I was working in EHR development, we were already using terms like computerized patient record or electronic patient record. And at that time, the context of those acronyms was that a patient should have a unified patient record for every experience they have at every facility that they visit. And that was 25 years ago. Specifically, I remembered a specific conference and presentation. I'm sure it was more than 25 years ago that we really expected that this would be done by now, right? That these would all be connected. HL7 interfaces are already really commonplace. I work with them routinely. That was much more focused on connecting the different systems within one hospital. And then if I fast forward, I mean, one little note I want to make is that when I worked in geographic information systems for large habitat models, I really believed that that would hit the EHR community and that would be magical. We'd be able to find these epidemiological patterns with widespread use of GIS and geospatial statistics. Also haven't seen that. So I'm gonna jump forward to the next slide and say that in the last 7 years, while I've actively been a cancer patient and actively working full-time pretty much the whole time, during that time, I have built the world's first global TB surveillance platform based on genomics for the World Health Organization. So that was broadly shareable across many continents, but also available in low resource settings, just showing you what's possible, what I know is possible, right? Technology available to address omics, imaging, and terabytes of wearables data are there. We have that technology. We're able to deal with those kinds of data. I've done it myself. Over the years, I would say data aggregation from clinical trials and patient registries and different data paradigms. Really, the challenges were much more about data quality and what people reported and what people stored in their studies, as opposed to any sort of technology problem, right? So semantics are an issue always, but they can be overcome with technology. So why then, as a patient, have I been so disappointed that none of my expectations were met from my years ago experiences as a developer of EHR data? I've been funded on 2 different grants related to real world data, and they were both really disappointing. Not disappointing probably if it's just sort of your first time dealing with real world data, but definitely disappointing if you know what should be possible by now. So on the next slide, I'm going to jump into some of my specific frustrations. And these are things that I've seen papers that quite a few of you have published that already talk about this. This is not news. But I will say that as a data scientist, my frustration, as the consumer of the data who does the analysis that helps you to answer the research question, my frustration is with lack of interoperability and longitudinality. And those kind of have an overlapping Venn diagram. So I want to talk about the fact that within one hospital, we might have LIS system and a pharmacy system and an imaging radiology system and the main patient record, which might be Epic or Cerner or another. And all of those systems are not always perfectly interoperable. A lot of times what gets passed along the HL7 interfaces is having to do with billing and collection of money, not necessarily treatment of patient. Longitudinality is, I'm just going to use myself as an example. So if I stayed in a hospital over the last 7 years on 2 occasions, one of those occasions was about 2 weeks. One of those occasions was about 4 days. And generally, when we talk about EHR data, we're talking about that picture of Amanda for those 3 weeks, right? So 2 little snapshots in time that don't tell the whole story. One of my cancer centers is affiliated with one of the hospitals I stayed in, so you've got a better longitudinal picture of me there. But I would argue that you really are not able to learn more about cancer, which as a patient is what I want us to do. You're not able to learn about those things, those lifestyle factors, or those other things that I was treated for that might have led up to the cancer diagnosis. You're not able to see exactly what the long-term outcome will be if I move away and go to a different cancer center that you don't know about. So both of those things, I think, are really, they just have to be fixed for us to get anywhere. So I'm just going to skim over the next 2, which is that we are using stale single-use data sets. We extract data, we curate it heavily, we pre-process it heavily, and then we answer our question. And then all that work is basically, that's it. That was the one outcome that we got. So we do aim to have dynamic repositories, and I'll reference just the one that I know of, which is from Epic, which attempts to sample data from Epic customer hospitals so that you get a representative sample of the United States. Downside is that you don't get any corner cases. You don't get actually that many cancer patients in that data set, right? So it certainly can answer some things, but not everything. And then other frustrations as a data scientist are just the fact that, on my previous slide, the fact that I am unable to have full transparency. So in my experience working with real world data, if you're wanting to collect EHR data from multiple sites and those hospital systems are not affiliated, there are aspects of the clinical record that won't be shared for security and privacy reasons, and they're valid. And examples are the raw images and physician notes. And so what I know from experience is that physician notes might be the only place where I'm going to actually find the status of the patient, the diagnosis of the patient, right? So there's lots of SNOMED code and CPT codes and ICD codes and all those things, but you hope that they added those codes, and they may or may not have, right? So if I want to get a picture of a patient population from multiple hospitals, I'm going to have to rely on those collaborators to work in the same way that I would have worked. But as a data scientist, I am uncomfortable with that lack of that little gap in provenance that I have, and that inability to mathematically adjust for the biases that are between the physicians within that hospital, but also between physicians across the other hospitals. Next category is frustrations as a patient. And I realized that I filled up that slide and I still had a lot more to say. So I'm gonna just highlight it by saying this. As a patient, there is no place, because I guarantee you as a data scientist with my skills, I could go out and mine all the places and find my whole picture. That is not possible. That is not possible for me. It isn't possible for any of my clinicians or healthcare providers to see a complete picture of my healthcare journey, even over the last 7 years. None of them have the full picture. So there's a lot that's relied upon that I come to bring to you my story, and I give you my health history when I come in to see a new doctor, right? But so, records are transferred and they're PDFs, and when I downloaded my labs, I couldn't even put them in an Excel spreadsheet because they were a PDF of text. It's frustrating. It's all this data that I take my time to fill out those paper forms, and it's useless, right? And the other thing is, it's useless to my healthcare provider. So why is it so hard for my clinician to see and find relevant information about me? And there are so many errors, and I'm going to not point the finger at the humans who make the errors, because this system is really bad, right? there's no way for, it would be just remarkably easy if you requested my records, got massive piles of notes. The chances of you noticing that I don't have a spleen are pretty small, honestly, right? So if we go to my next slide, I'm gonna start talking about possible solutions, but you'll see a little bit of foreshadowing with the pictures. Can we go to the next? So 25 years ago, I was part of developing the synoptic reporting module for the CoPath Plus product that some of you may use. That was 25 years ago. I was in my 20s, and actually I was in my teens. And so we were working on helping to meet the federal registry requirements for cancer reporting. And in order to do that, we had to develop fields for pathologists to enter data in a standardized way. And the reason that we had to do that is that they may or may not mention in their free text of the anatomic pathology report some of the tumor staging. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see an example of a synoptic report. The idea was that we would systematically say, these are the minimum data fields that you need to report in this anatomic pathology report, in this biopsy report. And that would allow us as a vendor to be able to pull those data elements out and know that they were semantically identical from one hospital to another using the same synoptic reporting module. Unfortunately, I haven't seen any sort of movement in standardizing of free text since then. I mean, synoptic reporting has its issues too, but it was an example of a direction that we should have been going in order to bypass this free text nightmare that we have. So if you want to talk about solutions to standardizing free text, then domains and enforcement and things like that in forms are important. But the alternative that I heard is not to worry, because we have natural language processing. And so Laura is shaking her head because she knows the next slide is going to be an example of, I was quite honored to be the executive director of a data science team who won the Metadata Automation Dream Challenge, which is a global challenge. In this particular example, it was funded by the Cancer Moonshot Initiative. It was using oncology data from multiple sources. Pretty much the same information, but in unstructured formats, meaning different, no common variable names, etc. So my team developed language models that would identify the variables of interest and then apply to them some of the standardized vocabularies that they could have used to encode those notes. And we won first place. So I have some experience with natural language processing, but if you go to the next slide, Rachel, I want to show you first place among a pretty impressive group. I mean, the Cedar team is the Stanford Medical School's metadata focused team, right? First place was a 2.8 out of 5, meaning that we got barely more than half of the variables identified with any sort of standardized vocabulary. So we won first place pretty handily, but that's where we are. That was 2020, right? So I speak from experience to say that this natural language processing and AI are not the solution for badly collecting data. And on my next slide, I will say my most recent experience and a possible solution, not the solution, is that where I work, we are providing these secure research environments so that we can enable access to EHR data for clinicians and researchers in hospitals. So in this particular example, you see our customer at Great Ormond Street Hospital are using something called Gosh Drive DRE, which is the Iridia product. They use it to use FHIR interfaces from their Epic system to open up and create dashboards for patients. So they actively monitor patients in this particular example is just fake patients in their cardiac ward where that's changing standard of care based on some of this. The other thing that they're doing with it is they are actively using it to provide EHR access to researchers with and that means that anybody who has a question that might be answered by patient population, they can, within a day or two, have access to EHR data that may or may not answer their question. It's really remarkable and it's possible today. The one that I wanted to show you, they didn't have time to get the image to me before my talk today, but Royal Marsden Cancer Hospital also is using our DRE to combine data from clinical trials with data from EHR to create a more longitudinal and complete picture of their patients. So I know that there are some solutions that are available today. On my last slide, I'm going to just say that all of these things that I've talked about are short-term solutions, right? So we need repositories right now. We need static data sets right now because we need to be answering these questions. And I also think we need to increase access to hospitals for their access to their own EHR data. It's surprisingly uncommon, actually. But I don't want us to lose sight of the long-term goal, which is that we still have to deal with interoperability and longitudinality. And we still have to do that if we want any of our AI models to actually be trained effectively, right? We need a complete picture of the patient, but we also need a complete picture of all kinds of patients. So with that, I just will finish with a plug for the fact that every patient should have access to a unified record, right? Okay. Thank you.
So much, Amanda. Very, very interesting insights. Next, we are going to welcome our second presenter, Erin Makarian from Patients Like Me, who will share some details about patient self-reported data, including, again, EHR data for patient and provider use. And we'll share some updates from the Patients Like Me platform projects that are most relevant to this discussion.
Hi, everyone. I'm Reagan Udall, Vice President for Research and Data Science at Patients Like Me. I'm not sure how much of you have heard about Patients Like Me, so I'll start with a brief context about what we do in the company. Patients Like Me has been there since like past 20 years, and over time we've been building communities of patients. It has grown far beyond just being a community. We now offer digital community support, engagement, promotion, and customer acquisition. Currently, we have over about 1 million patients in a platform throughout the history. The top communities or conditions that we have is a majority in the chronic space, fibromyalgia being the highest reported condition. We also do have a good number of representation from neurology, given the history of the company with ALS, but it has now grown to include as well a huge number of multiple sclerosis and Parkinson's disease. Mental health space has been very common in the platform, as well as immunology. So in terms of the kinds of real world data that we've been collecting in the platform, it has really varied over time. It started with self-reported information, which, as you all know, could be quite messy and complicated. Patients can choose to self-report however they describe their condition. So like example, some of the patients would say, I have fire lungs. And then we do have what we call a health data integrity team or a clinical team that then tries to decode that information about what patient is reporting about their condition. We also do have ability for patients to track over time the medications that they've been receiving. So think about what is happening outside the point of care and really seeing the symptoms that they're experiencing over time, treatments that they've been using, and I would say even alternative treatments. So like, for example, any of like behavioral interventions, some of the patients can choose to report that as well, and then score that in the platform. So like, for example, if they're under a certain intervention, they can score side effects that they're experiencing, adherence to the drug, burden, and any other of those. So we do have treatment evaluation scoring within the platform. Recently, and I'll talk about this in a little while, but what we found out is that people within the platform also have different goals when you join the site. And so we've started developing as well a goal tracking platform so patients can choose to think about what their goals for their care are and how they want to track it over time. So self-reported data is there, but on top of that, we realized that there's much more data sources out there that we can link to the data that is self-reported by the patients. So we've also allowed importation of EHR records or wearables. And so you really see for a data scientist like me, it's really like all of these complex data sets put all in the platform. And then on our end, depending on the privacy lever that the patient chooses, we track as well their on-site behavior within the platform and any other third-party data that they wanted to integrate in the platform. Nevertheless, it's a lot of data, but really the challenge is when you're faced with such enormous amount of data is how do you make that useful and impactful, not just for the patient, but also the care support system or the resources for that patient. So it's all really how do we bring it back to the patient as well as their provider so that we can make the most out of the data that patients are choosing to share on their own for the benefit of hopefully for their care as well. So this is just a snapshot of our revamped mobile app. So you'll see there's some actionable home screens where we've tried to integrate AI and basically personalize that experience for the user. So it's not the same home screen for every user. And it's really dependent on like what we think would be the information that a patient needs at that point in time of their care. So we're trying to understand where is this patient in their care journey or treatment journey and seeing what's the best prompt to give at that point in time. Patients can choose to join private communities as well. So beyond the communities that we already have, as well as do more community events, personalized content and resources. And then recently what we've launched as well, what we call actionable insights, or internally we call it action box, which is basically like, for example, I asked you a question in the platform. You said, yes, I do have this. Then what's the best next action for you? Or like, what's the best did you know for the patient? Because what we found out from the platform looking at the data is that patients are oftentimes like overwhelmed when they've started a treatment or they've realized their diagnosis. And so it's really drilling down to like what's the best information at that point in time for the patient and how do we offer that in a timely and targeted manner. Previous studies of patients like me have shown so far that once we're engaging them in the online platform, is they basically reported higher sense of like awareness of their condition and then learning as well the different ways that they can manage their care. Since then, we've also offered like more of the disease progression monitoring and awareness, where it's really like how can we gather data 24/7 beyond the point of care. As I mentioned earlier, we started giving the patients wanted goal tracking. We've started a goal tracking to find out what really matters to the patient. And then I mentioned earlier, so much data, but really how do we give that back to the patient? So we've started a My Health dashboard, which basically patients can choose like what metrics they want to be tracking over time, and then put that in their My Health dashboard. This is also a way for them to look at what are the upcoming visits or past visits, import their EHR data and choose from the EHR data, like what lab, for example, matters to them, or like what vitals they can monitor. And then they can choose to track that overnight, similar to how we're tracking wearables, but this time, like how we're tracking the metrics that matter to you. And then as I said earlier, we have an AI-based symptom checker and care navigation to support patient triaging, as well as that did you know to the patient for their care journey. In terms of our work of how we've used this data sources that have been collected for oncology in particular, I've mentioned in the past slides the retrospective kind of data collection, but we've also had more prospective kinds of data collection here, wherein we've used that data for validating oncology instruments, also on better understanding patient experience in the platform, more of integrating that retrospective and prospective kinds of data sources, and also understanding treatment pathways, preferences, and decision-making for patients. So like, for example, for oncology, we realized how the treatment preferences shift from surgery and chemotherapy towards more of that kind of long-term interventions for quality of life. So overall, it's really about how do we collect all of these real-world data and then providing that back to patients and their care system and helping patients navigate throughout that care journey. So we've been mapping what's the best intervention at that point in time to be able to get that timely and targeted care for patients. So I've just noted in here all of the benefits that we've so far seen when it comes to capturing real-world data to an online digital platform as well, including what's the sense of enhancing patient engagement in the platform, as well as monitoring their adherence over time. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Next, we have Laura Fernandez joining us here from CODA, who will talk more about her thesis as far as EHR clinical data being or having some alignment or lots of alignment with regulatory grade data.
It's morning, so good morning, everyone, and hello, everyone who is online watching us, and thank you for participating. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me to give a perspective on how EHR data could be used in clinical research, and in some ways making a case as to why EHR data could be defined to be regulatory grade, and I'll get into what I mean by that. As a former FDA a statistical reviewer, I feel I should give a disclaimer, just out of habit. And my disclaimer today is that my presentation is guided by my current work experience at COTA. COTA is a real-world data company. We abstract and curate electronic health records in oncology. And so my examples will be guided by the work that I do at COTA. So getting right into it, what is regulatory grade data? As a former FDA reviewer, I was used to seeing data submitted to the FDA that was prospectively collected. Data that is collected in a clinical trial to answer a particular research hypothesis or a research question. In the case of a randomized clinical trial, the research question was, is the investigational drug better than the control drug that we are comparing it to, oftentimes the standard of care? In this particular data set, we see that patients participate with an informed consent to attend different multiple visits and procedures. There is what we call a detailed CRF, a case report form, which is mapped to your ADAM and STDM data sets. So each and every variable is pre-specified in your CRF, and it maps to a particular variable in your final analysis data set. So in that context, regulatory grade data is data that is able to answer a particular research question. On the other hand, what is real-world data? Specifically, real-world data collected in the context of electronic health records. In this particular instance, data is collected in a hospital or cancer center, like the way Amanda mentioned. And in this particular case, the data is wholly revolved around patient care or facilitation of some kind of billing procedure. The primary focus over here is the patient. What do I need to do to treat the patient, to keep the patient alive, and to figure out what is the next best course of therapy or action that I need to take for a particular treatment journey of a patient. So the primary focus over here is the patient. It is not collected with the purpose of answering a research question. But we are all here to discuss why do we need to use real-world data. This is the current state of affairs where we see clinical trials, they do have internal validity, but they lack external validity. We do not know if the results that we observe in a clinical trial are generalizable to the patient population. Patients like me treated in a clinical trial? Oftentimes not. There are lots of financial and ethical constraints. There is difficult attrition of patients and having patients adhere to the drug. Oftentimes, the standard of care is not acceptable, unethical, or there's a strong preference, especially in a PMR or a PMC setting. All of these shortcomings were kind of discussed at this ODAC that happened last year. It was a randomized clinical trial. Patients were randomized to a control arm, docetaxel, and patients did not want to participate in a clinical trial. They dropped out, and you had a full-blown randomized trial that was unable to answer the question that it set out to answer. The use of real-world data could help in patient focus. We have all this information about patients in EHR that could be recycled, that could be used to create a standard of care. For example, either in terms of an ECA or using a hybrid approach. So you have a full spectrum. You can do a complete one-to-one exchange of the treatment, the investigational arm, or you could do a variation of the investigational arm and do a hybrid arm approach. The idea of using real-world data also helps in increasing the diversity of the patient population, and there are efficiency gains for both the trialist and the patient. It's a win-win situation because patients are not forced to participate in a trial that they do not want to be. In oncology, like we all know, most patients participate in a clinical trial with the promise or the hope of being randomized to the investigational arm and not get something that they can get off the shelf as a standard of care. And so using real-world data has this patient-first or a patient-centric approach that I feel like this session is more focused on talking about. Finally, the use of real-world data, especially in the context of EHR, allows you access to contemporaneous data. It is current, and it also allows you to avoid a selection bias in the way of only engaging with certain cancer centers or in the way of engaging with only certain registries. You have access to a wider pool of data, and it avoids this selection bias and allows for having a more generalizable cohort. The bottom line is, and this also came up in the previous session, is that any data that is collected outside of clinical trial will be retrospective. It will lack randomization, and it will call for some statistical method to make adjustments and allowances. So this is always going to exist when you're using a real-world data source. So how do we get this real-world data? In a typical, I would say in our typical work scenario at COTA, what we do is we partner with different cancer centers. We get data from lab records, clinical genomics, mortality records, imaging, and claims. And we create this whole, we use our COTA abstraction platform. We apply different aggregation and translational and standardization procedures. And we get to this rich and deeply curated data that can be used for clinical research. As an example, this could be a typical patient, patient's journey. This is a DLBCL patient who had a history of diabetes, was never a smoker. In 2015, he was diagnosed with DLBCL via a biopsy. His performance score was 1. He went on to, we also have information about his molecular and cytogenetic biomarkers. He went on to receive a set of therapies, and he had a documented response of a complete response on day 77. He goes on to have disease progression on day 170. Because of that, he continues to receive a second line of therapy and continues to receive a third line, and finally dies on day 519. The point of this slide is using EHR data, you can stitch a patient's complete journey by pulling in data from different sources, and you could efficiently use this data to match this particular patient to a clinical trial. For example, you could match this patient to perhaps line of therapy 3, if you're studying line of therapy 3, or you could match this patient to second line or even the first line. But as discussed in the previous session, we need to know what kind of comparison are we making when we're using endpoints that are collected in a real world setting. As Mark mentioned in the previous session, through this effort of Friends of Cancer, it's very important to know, is the physician collected response similar to what you would see in a clinical trial? And hence there is a lot of work that goes behind the scenes to figure out if the real world endpoints are similar to what you would see as collected in a clinical trial, or maybe even comparing to a gold standard. We have endpoints in oncology that can be classified into two main buckets, response-based endpoints, or which lead to progression, or mortality-based endpoints, that is concerning overall survival. This is an example of some of the work that we did in validating a response-based endpoint for AML, where we looked at the physician-collected response as documented in the EHR and how it corresponded to something that was derived using the response criteria in a clinical trial. That in a clinical trial for AML, the response is based using ELN criteria. And what we saw is, so we have the derived response now and we have the clinical response. What we saw is there's a concordance of 65% between what the physician states and what we would get by using the lab values, lab assessments as a derived response. The discordance of 35% was because the physician might have stated a complete response, whereas it was a CRI, or it was a PR that went on to become a CR according to the derived response. So the bottom line is that even though there was a discordance of 35% in the way in the category of the response, the overall response rate was 80% as per the derived response objectively, and it was 79% as reported by the physician. And ORR is what we would typically use as a primary endpoint in a clinical trial anyways. So there is a high degree of concordance when you use this kind of, it shows as a high degree of concordance, whether you use physician stated as in the EHR, or if you use the derived response. I also have to say that it was possible to do this exercise because of complete data that is present in the EHR to go ahead and do this data and do this validation, because you wouldn't be able to derive this if you did not have the lab values. A second example focuses on overall survival as captured in mortality. And over here, the gold standard is the National Death Index, NDI data. And so we try to look at, is the death data as collected in EHR, is it complete and comprehensive so that we could use it in estimation of overall survival? And what we see in this particular research project that was actually presented at ASH last year, that the concordance between the death date in the COTA EHR database as compared to MDI was at 88% for the exact death date, and it increases to 95% when you increase the window around the death date by 30 days. So these kind of validation exercises done in this context of EHR data increases our confidence in the use of this data for, say, clinical research or for answering a research question. And in conclusion, I hope I have convinced you enough that if you have an EHR database that has all these different components in place, guided by the FDA framework, guided by the FDA database, that if you have a database that is complete, that is comprehensive, that is contemporaneous, and which has provenance. And by the way, provenance, according to me, is what differentiates what we call research grade and regulatory grade. So if you have a database that has provenance, yes, EHR real-world data can be regulatory grade to answer a particular research question. That's the end of my talk. Thank you.
Okay, I'm over here. So I'm going to take a different approach. You guys are fine to extract or try and screen scrape your way to success from that. But maybe we could stop the bleeding by just looking forward. I'm just saying, I love it when people say that the data is good enough. You would never use clinical data for a trial because it's not good enough. It's just used for taking care of the patient. Is that what we think? That's okay, just saying, okay. So, and I always like to say, like, what are we practicing for? We should be practicing to improve, but if you don't have data and don't know what you're doing, you can't improve anything. So the lesion in the system is clinical data and how we enter data and how we get feedback on performance. And if we don't fix that, we're not going to really improve medicine. And if we fix it, what we do as clinical care is the same as real world data. So I'm going to try and take a forward-looking approach. Now, this is not a new idea. This is one of the results, this little summary of what a patient record might look like was the output of a DoD grant I had for organizing regional excellence in breast cancer care. And I mean, you could look at this in a moment and sort out what had happened to this patient. But the problem was we couldn't get the data. So I then spent the next 20 years trying to figure out, okay, well, how are we going to get the data at the point of care and organize it in a way that we can still display this that we did with MyAviz. So we also, as part of an Athena Breast Health Network that we started across the 5 UC campuses, and our goal there, this is part of what's given way to the big national personalized screening study, the Wisdom Study, which is all where we go directly to the patients. We had a retreat in 2011, and we sorted out, we did an exercise where we said, someone mentioned, what do epidemiologists want and what does someone else want? Well, it turns out actually everybody needs the same data, the exact same data. And where does it originate? It originates, from the clinic. Again, what's the lesion in the system? The clinic. If we could just get the data right in the first place, and we collected outcomes, not just whether we do procedures, amazing what would happen. So we looked at every subspecialty, we looked at epidemiologists, molecular biologists, blah, blah, blah. Everybody needs that same treatment. So, and then you could really say, okay, what's your ideal data source? There's patient-reported data. I mean, really, do you need the physician-reported data, whether someone's in menopause? Who's the source of the data then? It's the patient, right? How many hot flashes are they having? Why is the physician reporting that? Okay, there are certain things that the patient should report, just like patients like me. The problem with patients like me is that data is not in the clinical chart. Okay, and that we collect PROs as if it's a research exercise instead of part of what people do, right? So, like, we just have to get it together. There's plenty of these things that are ready for prime time. We need to put into the chart, pay people for doing it instead of paying for time or paying for complexity. And guess what? Physicians do what they're paid to do. That's a great thing, right? There are plenty of things that we can standardize. The synoptic reporting and pathology reports, I was part of that as well. Code or whatever the name of the Intuitive, yeah. They were the only ones who did it, and like somehow, no, that didn't catch on. I have no idea why. Anyway, but Beacon does it now. 40% of places can have structured synoptic reporting. So there's no reason why we can't have it, right? So if you have all this data, you can, and again, why are we paying registrars to collect the data that we get in clinic? Why are we filling in the staging? Staging is a calculated field. We are an AJCC 9. We're about to be an AJCC 9, which has now residual cancer burden elements. All that stuff is calculated if you put in the primary data. It's just time we get to the business of changing what we do. And everything we do would then organize all of this work. You'd be doing automated tracking of your outcomes and continuous learning. And, we should be just collecting the complications and the follow-up. And of course, patients know if they have recurrence or not, so you can also have patient-reported data. These were this is from the 2000 exercise where if you collected all that data, you could have clinic at a glance, you could have research at a glance, you could have population at a glance. I've been on 20 different standards boards for breast cancer care. Guess what? They're all the same. This is not some magic mystery. We just need a standard set of data that is designated by ONC as, meaningful use. And we can then write it back to the EHR and let companies compete on the best way to collect the data and have this middle layer that's completely interoperable. Because, as you've already heard, EHRs are an important step forward, but we still are lacking that middle layer. Having all the information organized in one place. So I won intern of the year for finding some CNA angiogram and some mail order in Tennessee when I was an intern. But basically, I'm now hunting and pecking for the same things in the electronic record from Care Everywhere. And let me tell you, it is really annoying. I still practice, so I live this. In fact, last night I was up till 2 in the morning writing my notes, which are all in text, and I'll get nothing for it. So, and again, a lot of this is organized for billing. And why? Because the CIOs are the one that purchase these things, and that became part of meaningful use, but it wasn't really organized to advance the quality of care. So they don't facilitate reuse of data in real time for multiple purposes. They don't facilitate sharing of tools and processes across institution. You cannot share an order set for a trial, even though you don't want any variation in that order set, because FHIR doesn't have the notion of orders. So that's should be a fairly straightforward thing to solve and fix, right? There are certain things you don't want variation for because you want to then see how people do, right? Decision support is also challenging because everything has to be done. You can't do QA, QI, and registries, as I said, the registrars, instead of recollecting the same data we collect, could be going and getting that 15% of people where we don't have the data, don't have the follow-up. So the concept of business process change, this is just a view of the very first slide from 30 years ago. Here you have everybody working together. And the thing is, everyone is recollecting the same data. Everyone doesn't have to do that. It's a matter of trust. Everyone doesn't trust the system. I was just signing off on something for the I-SPY trial, and I went to check things, and there were some things that were wrong, but it's because it wasn't pulled from the data. And someone, if I checked it and I verified it and I signed off on it, that's the verifiable data, and that should be pulled in. And we shouldn't have to upload everything. It should be standard data, right? Everyone working together to try and create something that you have an access for in the center that's got systems orientation, quality at the source, enter once, use many. This is the notion of Silicon Valley. We in medicine enter many, maybe use once. But what you want is that everyone, whether you're in finance, billing, or research, or administration, CERC, FDA, whatever it is, you need access to the same data. So what are we trying to do about it? So this is how you have to really think about the process. I think that one of the big barriers is I haven't really figured out how to do every piece of this, but some of this is about really thinking about workflow. Who's doing what? How do you reorganize the people in your clinic? Who's entering what at what point, and how do you collect it at a time? Brass map, the path, all these pieces that go along with the trials, and then making sure that the follow-up and survivorship, that everyone is organized and has their piece that they are doing and that everyone can access. So why not just generate it in one system and do it well? So one place that I've been working on this is through the I-SPY trials. This is a series of platform trials, and I've been running the I-SPY 2 breast cancer trial since 2002. We've now evolved it to having serial treatments in the neoadjuvant high-risk setting, giving the treatments first so we can look at response to treatment. So now the pathology becomes your response to treatment, what's your residual cancer burden, that dictates what your response is, and we can predict who's got a good response and can skip care and go through it. So we have 40 sites across the country where we can use this. And during COVID, we started, I happened to have had a faculty member who was doing a sabbatical in my lab. And so we wound up supporting this trial. And interestingly, since I was already well into this, I said, well, why don't we just start the COVID trial by using one source? So we have a system that these are the various people that we've used. You could substitute anything. It doesn't matter what your EHR is, but you can have single sign-on and the clinical research coordinator, so we can pull data, we can pull demographics, we can pull convents, we can pull labs. And labs, now people say you can't compare labs because everyone's got a different reference range. Well, pull the reference range and divide the lab by the upper limit of normal, and guess what? Got the data graded, right, automatically. So these are all things that are possible, right? And so we put in these pieces where we can pull. We also use the Apple Health Kit, and it doesn't matter. I mean, it's all about using Smart and Fire. And we've done this through the CERC program. And again, the problem is what's in the case report form is often not what's in the clinical care system. So often the data is wrong. So guess what? The people who are checking the data are often finding all kinds of little mistakes, which of course is a revenue source. But that's really not the point. So get everyone organized and start from the beginning. And this whole idea that we have electronic data capture, we don't have electronic data capture. We have someone collecting information from one electronic system and hand putting it into another electronic system. So that also should stop. It's 2024, right? So in COVID, we weren't, people wanted to go in and do, source data verification in the ICU. We said, like, hell no. No one's going into any ICU. No one's being let into any hospital, so we can't do that. So what we have to do is have a new set. We had a checklist of what, at the initial assessment, and we had, a checklist of, they had to put in the COVID scale, and the major adverse events are the last 24 hours and daily, because, people are very, very ill and have many complications. So the question is, instead of letting it be an opportunistic report of an adverse event, just collect it systematically for everybody. So what happened, though, is very interesting. We had a natural experiment to evaluate streamlined data collection. We operationalized the daily clinic checklist in labs for all patients. The people who had the one source tools up automatically pulled all the lab data, and people only reported grade 3, 4, or 5 toxicity that they thought might have been related to the drug. We did no monitoring and no SDV initially, and after 6 months, we had a system where all sites were onboarded by having a central CRC go through all the data with everybody. And then we had one of the funders, Sparta, actually wanted us to, hello? Where are people shutting me up? Okay. They insisted that we go back and monitor everybody, but that gave us an opportunity to look and see, well, how good a job did we actually do? So we actually verified the data in 340,000 fields, so that's about $18 per field. And we looked at the daily events, and we had 1,200 fields changed. So let's look and see whether these mattered. So here are all the data fields that were monitored, the data fields that were changed, the outcome date, outcome type, and the additional AEs. There were 2 additional AEs detected that turned out not to be related to the drugs. That's about 3 million per AE. And the arm decision and the AE attributed to the agents were 0. So you can absolutely have structured data that everybody enters and have it be a checklist. And that's actually good for care. And if you had this as a standardized field, we've submitted this for consideration for that set plus the ventilator settings as the standard for pandemics, because that would allow you to also see what's going on in every ICU around the country. One of the amazing things on these weekly meetings was people trying to figure out what the hell's going on around the country because people didn't know. And there was no good central source of data. So just a couple of things on the EDC, being able to put the labs, being able to pull labs, all the CRCs have to do is push the button to pull the labs. And it's interesting, in this cut down the time at every single site, except for the ones that we're still doing it by hand. Okay, and that we've done the same thing in now the I-SPY breast cancer trial. But one of the important things is you also need to have trial data come back to the EHR this is the tracking of the MRI volume of the tumor, or this is the FACT GP5 over time, so you can see how people are doing, because people want to see that if you want to have it. And so you can actually send this back to the EHR. So this is one of the things that you have to be able to do. And this is just one important thing is that now what we've organized is to say, when someone comes in, are they going to continue on treatment? Doesn't matter if you're in a trial or not. If everyone came and said, are you continuing on the same treatment? Yes or no? If not, why not? And do you want to put in an AE? And then you have a list that's very simple and you put it in. And so we asked, this is our I-SPY retreat from a couple of days ago, and you can see everybody raising their hands. Would we be interested in all working to implement this system at our sites? Clinician reported just in a simple list, the lab measures and the patient reported symptoms for what they should report. So wouldn't it, if everyone needs the same data, wouldn't it be better to have this checklist that is source? Pay people to collect it. I hear that we can get collection for the bureaus, but we should also say that this is an alternative way of sourcing it. Collect it properly. You can't screen scrape if the data isn't there in the first place. The data needs to also be in context of an event timeline, because things happen over a period of time and you need to be able to see that, like we saw at the beginning on the timeline. And 90% of data clinicians need can be collected at the point of care used as source. Is it possible? Of course. The workflow has to be re-engineered, and people have to do what's most efficient, and they have to pay collected properly. So I would just say that enabling innovation of care delivery and trials, a vision of a learning health system is you've got that mission critical data for care trials and research captured at the point of care. The trials can then share standardized processes across sites, including drug and workup orders. That would satisfy post-approval study requirements. You build it once and use it many, and you have to have systems that are independent of any EHR that's just that middle layer. It's absolutely possible, and these are the things that we should absolutely focus on. I think everyone should have a microphone. We'll do a quick sound check. I think one of the microphones might have gone out, just everyone might want to do it. Yeah, there you go. Well, first of all, I would like to thank each of you for the fantastic presentations. I think all of us learned something today, a thing or two, hopefully more. And we are going to just dive right into our panel discussion where I have some questions that I prepared for you all. We're also getting questions from the audience, which is great. We encourage everyone here in the room to also feel free to ask questions in the event you have any. I do want to quickly call out earlier, there was a vehicle in the garage of our building today where the alarm was going off. I'm not sure who has a Virginia license plate, but if you have a Virginia license plate, please feel free to step out and visit Eric at our front desk. We can give you more information for you to determine if it's in fact your vehicle's alarm going off. It's not mine, thankfully, and I do have a Virginia plate. But anyhow, again, thanking you all for these wonderful presentations. I want to first start with this question, and this is really for Amanda and Lynn. So where might opportunities exist to better align diverse cancer patient journeys with patient self-reported data and other clinical data that's captured in the EHR, and really with the intent to better inform regulators and medical product developers on the effectiveness of the products in the real world?
I think if you are an active patient like me, I'm constantly curating my own patient record, but that depends on the patient portal. So I have really good luck with the patient portal that's offered by Epic, but I have less good luck with the portal that's offered by Cerner. I'm able to say, oh no, I'm not taking that medication, or I've discontinued that medication, and I work pretty hard to keep it up to date. I don't think though that the broad patient population is really encouraged to do any of that, or even maybe knows that that's possible. So I don't know if some education would be helpful. I imagine though, based on my peripheral experience with PPPs that used electronic patient reported outcomes, I imagine that even clinical practice and not just clinical trials could use electronic patient-reported outcomes. I'd love to see that more integrated into the clinical record for patients. I've actually looked at my record and forced my doctor or nurse to change things certain times because, you know, the assessment or the code that was given, in some cases, the billing code that was used for diagnosis was the one that was likely to get paid, but it didn't really reflect my health, right? So anyway, I think if there was a better avenue and if patients were invited to do that more frequently, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, that's really interesting, and I think that speaks to perhaps a larger issue around, you know, do patients have access to their health records such that they can provide corrections where need be, especially, you know, where patient or giving patients the ability to provide those corrections can course correct the care that they're hoping to receive to address, you know, whatever underlying factors that the clinician might not have documented in the record. And
Can I make a comment about that?
of course,
So when I apply at UCSF, 85% of our patients getting chemotherapy first, which is almost anybody who has a stage 2-3 breast cancer, is on the trial. So the trial has become our standard practice. So one thing we do have in the trial is we have the ability to look at the patient-reported outcomes and the physician-reported outcomes. We have the CTC, AE, the adverse events, the common toxicity, patient-facing and the physician-facing. And I will tell you, they're very disparate. And, you know, they're not the same. But the whole idea, and we also have this single question, FACT-GP5, how bothered are you by symptoms? Which actually is pretty reflective of the combination of things. But I think patients would very much want to see how they look and how their trajectory is compared to everybody else's. And that can also be a flag to help them understand maybe they need help, or maybe they're depressed, or maybe it's, you know, whatever it is. Not only do we need it, they need it. But the problem is if when we're busy and we don't look at it, people don't want to fill it out. So I think part of the problem is it shouldn't be relegated to the research realm. It has to be in the clinical realm where everybody's paying attention to it, and it can be a discussion point. We were talking about it earlier. If someone's really bothered by symptoms, stop, ask them what that is. Or the other thing is if someone's filling out a form and saying they're having like 7 diarrhea stools a day, you know, that shouldn't go to the research database or something about the drug. That should go to the nursing team. So they can call and say, whoa, what's going on here? You know, so I think it's time for us to really build these kind of more integrated systems. And, you know, it would be fantastic to have those systems like Pages Like Me, but it has to be, it should really be the same, right?
excellent points. And actually, I do want to note that one thing we learned from work that we did in the Real World Evidence Collaborative here at Duke-Margolis, and this is reflected in one of our recent white papers focused on learning health systems, is that there are some health systems giving patients opportunities to provide their own patient-generated health data through a patient portal into their electronic health record. So that is one example that we learned recently that could be valuable to both patients and clinicians that are looking to get that patient feedback and input and experience. And to your point, Laura, in your presentation, you said there are some things that we need to learn from the patient.
Yeah, and these are standardized. We could have ONC say anybody who's using the following standards, all that can come back to the chart. Because, you know, the EHRs say, oh, I won't have anything come back to the chart. You know, but if it's the synoptic note for pathology, the FACT-GP5, any of the promise tools, any of these kinds of things, why shouldn't it come back to the chart?
Indeed. And actually, we have a question from our audience for Lynn, actually. Someone asks, were the metrics shown on engaging patients tied to age? Were older populations as engaged with the electronic way of data capture?
Very interesting question. Actually, within Patients Like Me, majority of our actively engaged users are in the 50s and 60s range. You'll see, I was initially thinking that there might be technological barrier when using an online digital platform. But these are also the people who are very much motivated, especially since they're not only suffering just one condition, but it's really the complex cases and comorbidities that they wanted to be empowered about. And so really there's such that engagement, and I would say it goes across the different age group, but even older age groups are very much engaged in the platform.
Awesome. Okay. I am happy to say that we have two Lauras on our panel today. So we have Laura Esterman and Laura Fernandez. So I've been happily during our prep calls for this session and calling them Laura E and Laura F. Feel free to do the same if you have a question specifically for either of them, but I do have a question for Laura F. So you highlighted what FDA wants and what they can actually offer through real world data and middle layer solutions. What are your suggestions to operationalizing those middle layer solutions that you see today, particularly in the oncology space?
So thank you for the question. And I typically joke that in an airplane, when they say, is there a doctor on plane? I suppose Laura Esserman could raise a hand and I would be the one who just duck under. Yes, I have the doctorate degree that is not relevant in an airplane. So going to the question about how to operationalize how we collect EHR data, I feel like the underlying factor everywhere is the data has to be complete. It has to be complete to answer a particular research question. And real world data vendors, I can speak for Kota, in general, have to go through great lengths to make sure that the data is complete. Dr. Esserman was talking about how difficult it was to collect data at the source. And even when collected at the source, it is difficult to then have a complete picture.
It's collected well at the source, it actually is quite a good picture.
Yes, if it is collected well at the source. And oftentimes, even if it is collected well at the source, you have data that is both structured and unstructured. And you have all these rich data, rich notes from the doctor, which are hard oftentimes to translate into an electronic usable form. And that is where you have companies like Kota that come into play and abstract and curate this data so that you can actually use it for some kind of clinical research objectives. And in the process of doing that, the other thing that I do want to say is during my time at the FDA and even now, it is important that when you give data to the FDA, it is individual patient level data. It is not a summary level data set. And so it's important to have access to those individual records of the patients. And so the component over there, and I mentioned that in my presentation, that differentiates something from research grade to something that makes it regulatory grade is this concept of auditability or traceability of the data, where you can show that this data, how it looks as when it was collected at the source. And we did mention this in the first presentation too, about how important it is to be able to do that. And
But what if we did that at the source? I mean, the truth of the matter is, we don't need the rich notes to take care of somebody. We need the same data to be accurate and know exactly where somebody started to take good care of somebody. So what about having CERSI or the FDA? How about a certification that we can say, if you actually collect all this data in this particular way, and you commit to that, you are a certified one source center, or you are, that your data can be used as source verified data. Why not start creating systems of incentive for us to collect it that way in the first place?
I totally agree with you.
So the Laura E and Laura F, we are in agreement.
Oh, yes, yes.
And then I think the FDA and the CERSI should think about having a certification program. We could go to the societies, ASBRS, or to certify places who want to do it.
So to contextualize what you're actually trying to say is that every cancer center, every place should have a system in place that is FDA certified. Yeah, that's going to take data vendors like us out of the picture, which is not something that I'm complaining about, but
Well, you know what you should do? You data vendors, why don't you create those middle layers and compete on how easy it is to get the right data in? Turn your systems into making really cool widgets that this middle layer allows people to pull their data in useful ways and then visualize it.
Oh, yes.
There you go. It's,
The question is, how do we actually collect data that is usable? And I'm totally for it, whether it is an individual hospital system doing it. I, like the way I also said in my presentation, there is information in this data, and if we can find a way to recycle the data so as not to put the patients to go through the same standard of care on a clinical trial, yes, there is. I see a lot of value in doing that.
very doable, like why the synoptic note, as we know in pathology, it's organized by CAP, the College of American Pathology. You know, we shouldn't let them charge for it like they tried to with Snowman. Anyway, but it is standardized. ONC can say that's meaningful use. Every pathology system, like Intuitive, like tried to 20 years ago, that's it. That's the data. Why they're putting it in a synoptic note in text? Why not put it in a synoptic note and go to IHE and standardize it like we did for DICOM? I mean, there's like 3 or 4 things you need in oncology that you must have. And wouldn't it be awesome? You come in and there's your standardized data. Oh, I know what this patient had. I know where they were. I know what they're, that's so much better for care. I think we should all put our efforts into creating systems that really work going forward. Yes, I know there's plenty of stuff to do going backward, but I'm a surgeon, so let's stop the bleeding and let's go forward and start building a system. Take your technology, let the middle layer people compete on the best ways to collect data and then the best ways to visualize it and share it with patients and physicians.
Can I just summarize that what both Lauras are talking about is a world where there's a standard for data collection and reporting, not just a standard for how to format data, right? And if we get to that place, then we're also getting closer to this whole idea of a unified patient record and to let interoperability and semantic interoperability, for example. So, I mean, I think I just want to reiterate my point, which is that we absolutely have to work with vendors to gather data to answer specific questions right now. But, and I hope this doesn't hurt your feelings, Laura, but I hope we get to a place where we don't need data vendors to be able to find answers to these questions from real world data. And my only concern is that as we kind of get better at refining the pre-processing and the data extraction of the data steps, I'm worried that we'll be satisfied with good enough and not really shoot for what we should be shooting for, which is it's not, the ideal future where you have a unified patient record. It's better for the patient, it's better for the clinician, it's also better for human knowledge of disease over longer periods of time, right? And so I can't think of a single downside in that, but I'm worried that we'll continue to kick that can down the road if we have short-term solutions.
That's what I'm saying. Invest now, invest in pilots, do it now and make it so that we can get that. And again, forcing people to say, oh yeah, I'm committed to organizing my data when someone comes in, making sure I have a plan, which of course can change, which then you can update, and then making sure that people do follow up in an organized way. That's actually what's missing. That's like, I mean, I was like, companies like Tempus will take all this data and they have all these people in the basement, taking all the data, turning it into structured data. And, and you're paying for that. Why can't we do it right to begin with? And there's plenty, but trust me, there's plenty of stuff to be done to visualize data, to learn. Then we're not spending all our data, all of our effort is still 90% on data gathering.
Actually, what you're saying
on improvement.
What you're actually saying is actually you hit the nail right in the spot. It's like data vendors like Coda are actually jumping in the space to fill this need, where you have this need, where you have this disparate data sources in all these different cancer centers, which is not usable in its current form. It is not like we are worried about going out of job. It is we are trying to fill this need. And if this need is being, this is what the current situation is. And so I suppose we're not competing as such. It is what we're trying to do, make the most of what we can do with it.
How much more fun it would be to sort of think about supporting QI and learning and doing these things. It's all the fun things you can do with data. I mean, it turns out that we found out that there are a constellation of symptoms at 6 weeks that you can use to predict adrenal insufficiency. That's probably at a time that you can intercede and prevent burnout of the gland for someone who's getting like one of the new, PD-1 inhibitors. So like all of a sudden you could see those things, but people don't have the brain power. That's not where their activities go because they're so busy just doing the basic stuff they need. And that leads to burnout. I don't know how many physicians are in the IS. How many people love documenting? Mine.
Well, I do have a couple more questions, and we've got about 4 more minutes until we break for lunch, returning at 1 p.m. Eastern. So I have a question actually for Laura E. and also perhaps for you, Amanda, given that you have the patient and data scientist perspective here. So what might be key and patient-centered indicators or measures of therapeutic effect in the real world for diverse cancer patients? Laura, you probably have the breast cancer patient, thoughts in mind, but even for yourself, Amanda, what are some thoughts there?
So, I think one of the things that is really key to me is one of the things we're trying to look at new agents and see whether we can get patients who have these big tumors and have them shrink and go away, where they can have a better quality of life and avoid things like Taxol and AC. So right now, a drug that does that, that's just as good as, but has a better quality of life, is not, it has to do a non-inferiority trial, big, large trial, where to me, you should be using the patient experience to help you understand toxicity as well as efficacy in a more structured and organized way. So I think that's just one example. Or you might think, oh, the antibody drug conjugates are great, but in fact, patients experience them as being fairly toxic. So then you want to look at, these are ways in which you can learn, but also if you get the data on how they're feeling and you do it in real time, you can modify what's going on and improve their experience. So again, I think it's just a better structured way to look at it to help you intervene to manage toxicity better. But it would also help you in real time to see, are patients of the same ethnicities? Are they all, or races, are they all responding in the same way? That was one of the things that we were able to look at for African-American women. They had the same complete response rate. If they did, they had a great outcome. But if they had hormone-positive disease and didn't respond, their chance of mortality was double. So I think these are really important things for us to be looking at and understanding how to fix it.
I think my doctors and the whole tumor board call me a unicorn because of my response to treatment for colon cancer, having had colon cancer since 2017. I'm currently no evidence of disease for the third time, which shouldn't really be happening. It's incredibly rare. So I've asked my doctor things like, how many other patients have node-only disease, for example? Could we learn from them? And he laughed and he said there might be a case study written in the literature, but there's no way for me to know. It's so rare, but also there's absolutely no way for him to go check, a network of hospitals to see how many patients have node-only.
Or even in their own network.
Right, even within their own hospital. So, I think I'm sort of wandering a little bit, but my only thing to add to that is that for colon cancer, which has been much more rigorous than my breast cancer treatment, I have to say that, the standards that we report and the toxicities that we report, they're actually very, very individual. What I can manage and the level of pain that I can withstand and the level of toxicity that I can withstand and manage is really, I think, honestly, very different from what the average person can withstand. So my quality of life, I'm able to function, I'm able to work full time, is all good. But you wouldn't probably see that from standard of care recommendations based on how many times I've had recurrences and why would you be so aggressive with treating her, and you know what I mean? So I think there should be probably the case for greater involvement of the patient in assessing toxicities and status.
And I think we're at the precipice of the digitization of clinical data. And as physicians, we should embrace it so that we can get those pieces of data from patients, from ourselves, from each of the specialties involved, so that we can then spend our time on higher order work where we can rapidly do QI, we can rapidly say, okay, well, how many other people had a recurrence after 4 years of this, because the data is organized that way, and your registries are organized that way. It's a really great vision, and I think it's one that physicians would really, I mean, that's what we went to medicine for. So we just have to figure out how to get there.
For sure. Well, we are at 12:31, and I'm sure everyone is ready for lunch. And with that being said, we'll go ahead and break. We'll return at 1 p.m. Eastern. For those online, we do have on our screen that we will all be back at that time. And I want to thank our session 2 panelists once more, panelists and presenters, once more for this fabulous discussion. Rest of the day sessions, 3 and 4. If anyone has any questions for our panelists, feel free to ask them out there as we eat lunch together.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are going to get started with our third session for this meeting today. It's a privilege to be here today and be one of the partnering organizations and to help organize this meeting. I'm excited for this particular session, and I guess first I should introduce myself. I'm our Senior Vice President of Science Policy at Princeton Cancer Research, and along with my co-moderator, Narosha Leder, have organized our third session today, which will explore efforts to improve data collection and standardization. And I feel like the first 2 sessions have set us up nicely for this discussion that we're about to have. As we've started to hear about secondary uses of real-world data, some of the accompanying challenges around navigating data missingness, longitudinality of the data, quality, and other confounders. This session is going to talk about efforts around more intentional and prospective data capture, and we'll highlight some ongoing initiatives around data standardization. This session is somewhat larger than our others, and I think speaks to the fact that this will require multiple stakeholders and perspectives to really come together to make this all feasible. And I like Dr. Escherman's final slide in her last session in regards to enabling factors. And I think we have a number of enabling factors in the session that can speak towards ways we can drive innovation of care delivery and trials. This session is going to highlight ongoing broad-scale efforts to standardize how data is captured in the EHR through multi-stakeholder initiatives that include the federal government. And also, we're going to discuss how these are implemented within the healthcare system, and when things are all aligned, which is the key word, how it can really change our approach to care delivery and research. And so, without further ado, we'll kick off our session 3 with a series of presentations. We'll follow that with a panel discussion that will be led by Narosha, and we're excited and have built in time to take audience questions both in person and virtually. So our first presenter for this session is Dr. Neil Mirapol. He's the Vice President of Research Oncology at Flatiron Health. He oversees efforts supporting retrospective and prospective evidence generation. We'll be focusing on that latter piece for the most part today. And current practices in oncology real-world data collection and the shift towards more targeted data collection.
Works. Perfect. I am deeply indebted to all the speakers who came before me. You laid tremendous groundwork on my comments, which makes my job synthesis, iteration, summarization, and perhaps a smattering of some fresh ideas. As you heard, I work at Flatiron Health. We're a software and services company. And we provide point of care tools for oncology practices that include a community-based electronic health record that is focused on oncology care. And we also provide services and solutions to collaborators to help leverage EHR-derived data for evidence generation. And so I'll be talking about the lessons learned over more than a decade now with regard to the curation of retrospective data in the EHR, and then launch off from there into how we can apply some of those lessons to the targeted collection of prospective data that might enhance the ability to use real-world data in more and more regulatory contexts. So this first slide is simply a reminder of why the EHR is a prime source of real-world data, and I'll just call out the depth and breadth of the EHR-derived data, the recency of the data, and maybe most importantly, the fact that EHR documentation is ubiquitous now. Really lends itself to the generation of data that is representative of a broad underlying population. We heard earlier, kicked off actually with Mark's comments at the top of the day, about various frameworks being developed worldwide to describe the characteristics of high quality real-world data. And I'm sort of putting this here to highlight how folks who work with real-world data as vendors, if you will, we pay a lot of attention to definitions, consensus, the important aspects of the data we generate to ensure that it is fit for purpose for the most impactful use cases. And so relevance and reliability are top of mind, as you think about where the data come from and how it is processed and ultimately delivered. So for more than a decade, we've been curating retrospective, routinely collected data that are based in the electronic health record. At the highest level, this includes structured data and unstructured data. The structured data are normalized and harmonized to accepted data models. The unstructured data require processing, which more and more is utilizing machine learning algorithms and methods based on the labeled data that we've developed over more than a decade now. These data, once in a data warehouse, can then be tokenized, linked with other external sources of data, and ultimately careful application of the data analytic methods that are appropriate for the question at hand can be applied. So there are lots of high impact use cases for retrospective real world data that have been outlined by several speakers earlier today. I've listed many of them here. And there are also well-recognized limitations that include the level of missingness that sometimes existed, inconsistent documentation by providers, clinicians who are documenting for another purpose, as was mentioned earlier. There are multiple biases that might lead to cohort selection that has difficulty being matched exactly to, say, a single arm clinical trial population, other types of unmeasured confounding, causation, of course, in the absence of prospective randomization is difficult. And then outcome measures may be inconsistent. They may happen in a cadence in the real world that's highly variable, and the exposures themselves may be inconsistent in real world practice that makes these parameters different in certain ways than you would see in a prospective interventional clinical trial. And understanding those differences can highlight for a particular use case where we need to pay more attention and move on to the intentional collection of specific data that are required perhaps for a regulatory use case. So intentionally collected data can address data gaps, and intentionally collected data is prospectively defined data that may not be present as documentation in routine care, either because the parameter is not part of routine care, not part of standard practice, or because the documentation might be inconsistent, or different providers measure the tumor in a different way. Whereas in a clinical trial, everybody, say, uses a CAT scan. There are also parameters that typically aren't gathered in routine care, like patient-reported outcomes or clinician decision-making that might be particularly important in a post-marketing evaluation. So where does intentional data, where does this nomenclature fit in with the way we might otherwise think about the types of data that form an evidence base? And I've lifted this figure from John Concato's paper from the FDA, defining what is secondary use of clinical data for research purposes, which is data that's otherwise collected for some other reason, and then primary data collection, which is what we think of as the vast majority of data that might be collected as predefined for a prospective clinical trial. And the blue arrow representing that there's a spectrum, there's a continuum of based on the use case, the particular importance of the parameter to the ultimate primary objective of the study in terms of whether secondary use of clinical data might be usable for a particular study. But intentional data is another variable, if you will, that also bears on how we think of the types of data. Because while primary data collected for research is always intentionally collected, the secondary clinical data, as I mentioned before, might be a combination of routinely collected data or intentionally collected data, if in the case of standard practice data, but that is inconsistently or not fully documented. So where does this lead us in terms of what I'm going to call prospective real-world studies? So these are studies that are pragmatically designed, but prospective, and most of the data collected are data that are routinely collected as part of clinical care, but that because of the particular use case, and in the case of certain high stakes regulatory decisions, those use cases may require maybe one, maybe 5 intentionally collected data elements that have to be prospectively predefined. And so we get from 2 primary data sources in the EHR to 3 now. One being the traditional structured data that are routinely collected, the second being structured data that are intentionally collected, for example, with building out forms in the EHR for collection of RECIST measurements or adverse event grading that may not be routinely documented. And then the third data type being unstructured data that might be routinely collected or intentionally collected, which require data processing, which can be done centrally by flowing each of these 3 types of data through FHIR APIs into a study database that can then be linked and analyzed, as in the case with retrospective data. This opens up the possibility for a platform for real-time learning, where a particular research question can lead to the collection of data, much of which is routinely collected, similarly to a retrospective data evaluation, but some of which is required to be prospectively collected because it needs to be intentionally predefined. So we're going to be hearing from the other speakers in the session, I believe, about efforts to increase the routine collection of structured data to make it more research worthy and expand the universe of use cases for which routinely collected data are appropriate. And on this slide, I'd like to explore different ways that we can incentivize more complete and routine collection of data that might otherwise be intentionally collected data or predefined as data of high importance for folks to collect as part of routine care. So first of all, the burden on sites and patients have to be minimized. We can do this through pragmatic study designs with careful attention to minimizing unnecessary data collection, the integration of clinical documentation into routine care, for example, with forms and widgets embedded within the EHR for intentional data collection, and centralized curation of unstructured data, as I mentioned before. Research staff tasks are a huge burden. There's a lot of duplication of effort transcribing information from one system into an EDC, for example. These can be reduced by automating data transfer from EHR to EDC and with point and click tools that are now in use. There's the potential to prompt the clinical team for intentional data capture, and also the automation of patient ascertainment with patient matching tools that use EHR-derived data to match against inclusion-exclusion criteria. And I'd be remiss to not call out the importance of user-focused design in any of the any new digital tools, as well as any new sort of moves or desires for increasing the amount of structured data entered at the point of care. You just have to minimize clicks. It has to be worthwhile to the user, clinicians, and it can't keep folks from getting home for dinner with their families any later. In addition to high quality digital tools, wraparound services are key. We've learned that you've got to build out the training and support, as well as the evidence for how these tools are going to help you and your patients before they are rolled out. All costs need to be covered. We can't count on charity when conducting prospective real world studies or other types of intentional data collection. And finally, taking advantage of my FDA colleagues in the audience to thank you for the deluge of guidances that you have put out over the past several years related to real world evidence, which have been incredibly helpful, but to emphasize how you move the needle with these guidances and how they are required for sponsors to change behavior and adopt innovative methods of data collection and evidence generation. And so issuing joint guidances across your divisions, centers, offices can really promote adoption of new innovations to accelerate our evidence generation in the regulatory setting. So I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. That was a great way to start our session. We'll be joined by our second presenter, which is Molly Prieto. She's the Deputy Director of Standards Division at the Office of the National Coordinator. where she works on standards and interoperability, implementation, and public health informatics. It sounds like the perfect person we need to talk about USCDI plus cancer, which we've heard that acronym today, but we'll learn what it is and how it can help enhance data sharing and operability of oncology data within the healthcare system.
All right, good afternoon. Everyone set me up perfectly to lead into this topic, so thank you to everyone who presented right before me. I think Dr. Hoffman had like the perfect statement in one of her panel comments at the end about we need standards to be able to make this work on the front end. So that is what USCDI plus for cancer is grounded in. I also know that one of our key partners from NCI is here today, though I think she might still be outside. So I'll just note that Shannon, who is in the room with us today, will be a great person to help answer any questions that y'all have after all the panel presentations are done. So I am from the Office of the National Coordinator for Health IT, fun acronyms if you are unfamiliar with ONC, but we do love acronyms and make sure they're part of everything we do. So one of the ways that ONC has been working to drive interoperability over the last few years is through the creation of USCDI, which is the United States Core Data for Interoperability. That was part of the 21st Century Cures rule, which seemed like it was just yesterday, but I think now that the original was 2017. So it's been some time, but USCDI, we just released version 5 of it recently. So if you are in the world of wanting to comment on USCDI, check out version 5, send us some comments on that. But USCDI version 1 is what is currently within regulation today. And so that might be the one that most of the vendors in the room are most familiar with. USCDI Plus is kind of an outgrowth of USCDI. And so I will bring us on that journey a bit. I got ahead of myself and talked a little bit about 21st Century Cures already. In 2016, I had my years wrong, looking at making sure that we can use standards to further interoperability and ideally help solve some of the problems that we have heard about this morning, right? Not having standards, not having, consistent data that is able to be shared across vendors for patients, for patient care, or for research. So in USCDI, we are looking at a minimum data set. In no world are we saying this is the ceiling of data that should or could be shared, but it should be the floor of data that can and is shared. And so that is also part of the key requirement that went into effect at the end of 2022 for the Firebase API that vendors make available. The data that has to be available via that API points to USCDI. And like I mentioned, it is updated annually. So we have that standard cycle where we've released a version, we have it open for comment, we receive those comments, and then we'll finalize that within that same cycle. So like I mentioned, USCDI Plus is meant to be an extension of USCDI. We heard from a lot of partners, federal and otherwise, that USCDI didn't have exactly the level of specificity needed for certain use cases. And so we created the idea of USCDI Plus. And what that is meant to do is meet specific program or use case needs that can get more specified data to be able to be shared consistently and standardly across vendors and for a variety of different purposes. We do have a few that are live on the USCDI Plus platform today. One of those is quality, another one is public health. And so happy to chat about if you have interest outside of cancer as well. There are also opportunities to review and provide feedback on those. But today we'll focus more on USCDI Plus for cancer. And so as we were looking at kind of, the different potentials for USCDI Plus as domain areas, we actually started with some of the cancer work within public health. And over time, as we were collecting feedback on that, we realized cancer should be its own domain. Cancer Moonshot, there's all sorts of big cancer initiatives, right, that make sense to be able to then define use cases within that larger domain. And so USCDI Plus for cancer, ooh, my goodness. And I'm supposed to be the tech person, right? Here I am, hitting the wrong buttons. Okay. So that didn't change anything for the online audience, did it? Okay, just checking. So with USCDI Plus for cancer, I mentioned some of our key partners are also in the room today. So we have partnered with NCI, CMMI, CDC and FDA, all in support of Cancer Moonshot and other cancer-based initiatives, to establish USCDI plus for cancer. And so like I mentioned earlier, that is meant to capture data needs that fall outside of that USCDI data set, and get a bit more specific into the use cases and those data elements that would fall within those use cases. So all of you are familiar with it. There's lots of players in the space, right? And so we want to, as the national coordinator, we do our best to coordinate across those multiple different agencies and partners and initiatives to try and get some of that consistency. So there is less non-intentional data collection, to steal your term. I really like that. I might have to talk about borrowing that in future conversations about USCDI plus. And so within USCDI plus, we do have some specific use cases. See, they're aligning with the enhancing oncology model. We have a use case for clinical trial matching, for cancer registry extraction, and for immune-related adverse events. And so within each of these, sorry, the layout of that got a bit messed up on that. Apologies. But you can see that there are some goals within each of those use cases, and then the idea that we'll work with the partners who are invested in each of those use cases to begin to define the data elements that would be within each use case. They are not meant to be, once a data element is in one use case, that it can't be used in others. That is certainly not the intent. And there are lots of kind of data elements that fall across multiple use cases. They can also fall across different domains. So there are certainly plenty of data elements that might show up in USCDI plus for quality that would also show up in USCDI plus for cancer. And ideally, that will also make it a bit easier for the vendors on the front end to know that, you know, when we're pointing to certain data elements, that it might be able to be kind of multi-purpose. So you got a nice short and sweet one from Afen today. But that's our USCDI plus cancer program. I really love the idea of intentional data. I think that is a really key term that can help define what we're thinking about when we're thinking about USCDI plus. That is the intentional collection of data for specific purposes. And I know, I don't think Shannon has made her way back into the room yet, but we are working with NCI and our other partners in USCDI plus on having a in-person summit that will be coming up later on in the spring, formal date to be really shortly, to really dive into each of those use cases and collect additional feedback from all the folks in the space. So hopefully more information about that will be out this week, and we look forward to continuing this journey. Thanks all.
Our next presenter is going to be Phil Linden, and he's the Vice President of Data and Analytics at Epic, and obviously Epic has a role to play here, and in his work there, he works on developing software to advance medicine through rapid research and informed care tools. And his presentation today will focus on implementing an EHR system that can yield actionable data.
Thanks. So my name's Phil. I've been with Epic almost 20 years now this year. And my career can almost be divided into two components. The first was working in the individual departments of the healthcare system, working in the laboratory, working with anesthesia, working with surgeons, working with patient flow. And you got basically your focus was they needed to get through their work that day to keep patient movement going, to make sure care could continue to be delivered. And then I've spent the last half of my career asking those people why they can't put things in the system perfectly so we can do good research with it. So, you know, sort of understanding both of the components is the key to what I want to talk about here. And just convincing clinicians we should do this for research is not enough. It's not enough for them to know that, like, this is going to be used to help cure their future patient in a year. They want to know, what can you do about the patient that's sitting in front of me right now? So the goal here is a little bit like the previous panel, to talk about how we can get the most accurate data in the system that's actionable right away. And I think Laura on her slide had like 10 more of these, but these were a couple of key ones that were gleaned by oncologists in the Epic community. The first one being fairly simple, but clinical trial recruitment. Today with health systems, they often will recruit patients real time directly in the EMR. That requires you have to have staging information. You have to have those details in there, whether they were by your API back in or recorded, but you need some level of recency. The other is you can push, so many of you probably have my chart in your pocket. Millions of times a year, health systems push research recruitment requests out through my chart, and patients can respond to those. Well, again, if we want to put eligibility criteria in the system to get that alert to them, we need that information up front. The second one, oncology decision support. I think this is a broader thing. I was talking to an oncologist at Mayo. She basically said the whole thing is completely backwards, and she said it with a little more colorful language. But the idea that we are going to gather all these clinical attributes and biomarkers, and then I'm going to pick the appropriate protocol or therapy, and then you're going to have me enter that in discreetly later so we can report on it, is just not logical. What she would prefer that we do is get the minimal amounts of information in up front that can help guide the protocol, guide the NCM pathway, so that we can actually get the patient the right therapy. That also comes along with getting the appropriate genomic information in the chart. So I know Natera Labs is here and possibly some others, but something that the health systems that we work with have been doing more and more is interfacing with genomic labs and requiring that information come back discreetly. No PDFs. PDFs are good, you can still send the PDF, but it needs to be discrete computable variants that we can actually start to drive decision support from. So as we're thinking about how do we get oncologists to do this kind of thing, you pay them for that. I think we've had that a couple of times, but we also have to focus on how is this going to help the care of my patient. So rather than doing this with the hope of someday this is going to improve other patients, how can we do something right now? Care team coordination is another one. There's lots of individuals involved with a patient. The example that was brought up, stage 4 cancer, a social worker could be working that list and say, this patient doesn't have an advance directive in place. Can we go pay them a visit? Things like that aren't going to happen if we're transcribing it weeks or months later. And then the final one brought up several times is interoperability. We need this information. Patients move around. They go to multiple health systems. They move. They go to get their community care in one place, and they go to an academic medical center for their therapy. We need this stuff to be interoperable. That's kind of a no-brainer, hopefully. So what I'm going to do today, I'm going to talk about two things. First one is what we've seen health systems do to try and get this information in place upfront. And then the second thing I'm going to do is talk about how the research from that can be done in an effective way as a health system or a health system community. So I'm going to go through everything from paying them to forcing them with a large stick to say, we're not going to let you bill for your services unless this data is in here. All of these things can be effective. So these are real examples that health systems have presented at epic events or published in papers. So everything here is this won't be the first time that's been being talked about. So this is Stanford. This is their adherence with staging their patients. And this is getting to be quite a few years ago. This is 2016, 17 in there. And you can see by specialty how they're doing with making sure staging is complete when they order their plan. So it can be done. They gave financial incentives, and then they would also do warnings at the end of the visit to say you're missing stage information. So it's just a soft spot. They could stop, they could blow by it if they wanted. So I think the financial incentives were probably a big driver of that. This is another example here from St. Luke's in Idaho. They were a little more casual. Basically, if you didn't fill out the information, they would send you a little notice in your Epic system, which could be annoying. That would basically say, hey, you haven't filled out your staging information yet. So they're getting it delayed there, but they got up to 90% with just a small nudge. So that was good. That was more in a community setting. Now I'm from Madison, went to Madison. This is the University of Wisconsin. They went with a little more aggressive approach. You can see two things in here. One, they tried training. Wasn't effective. So, and then they said, you know what, in order to make sure the bill is processed, we're going to need this information in the system. And it shot up to over 80% almost overnight. So this was published. There's, the link to it's in there. But so there are ways to do this, both with a carrot or a stick, that can be very successful. And the benefit of all this then is it drives clinical trial recruitment. It drives interoperability, it drives all those things. But there are ways to do it. And by no means is Epic, the EHR developer, innocent in this. There is always usability improvements, user interface design that can be improved, and that'll keep happening. But there are some things that are just about workflow redesign and walking through and getting folks on board. So the second thing I want to talk about is what the Epic community has done. Health systems have done to be able to bring their data together and perform research on this data. As we've talked about before, I think Amanda mentioned it, being seen at multiple centers. Right now, about 60% of the Epic community participates in a collaborative called Cosmos, which allows them to bring their data together, and then they all, for participating, can perform research on that. And we give them data science tools, R, Python, some easy low-code, no-code stuff. But one of the powerful things about this is right now there's about 230 million unique patient records. So that's not, this deduplication has occurred. And you can see about a third of them have been seen at more than one just Epic site. This isn't looking at outside of that network. So we know patients are moving around a significant amount. 2% of patients have 4 or more organizations that they were seen at. And all those charts are being then put together for longitudinality. And then just looking at, being able to see how long 1% of the patients in here have 20 years of chart data. So when we're looking at things like overall survival, this is a way that we're sort of passively able to record that. There's about 13 million cancer cases in this. It is by no means to the level of detail that I know manual abstraction would get to. So I'm not here preaching that there's no reason that you'll ever need to do manual abstraction again. Until we change the workflow, until we can record biomarkers and get genomic information discreetly, there's going to be a place and time for those types of things, but I think we can make a lot of progress. One of the things that we also do, because data quality has been a big thing, is the best data quality is that instant where it leaves the clinician's brain and goes into the computer system, and after that, there's degradation, right? Like, try recording the notes that I've been taking in this. I'm going to do them best when I'm going on the plane ride home. And after that, I probably will start to degrade. So what we do is we follow the harmonized data quality framework, which is adapted by many of those frameworks that you've seen before. And we compare every one of those 240 health systems that participate in Cosmos with the rest of the data in Cosmos. And then we'll follow up with them and say, you have really low values in this compared to everybody else. What are we doing about it? And it's making sure there's no 160-pound babies in the system and things like that. Some of that stuff's obvious. You put the hard stop in and it's done, it's over, no one has to worry about it. But some of these things are more nuanced. So if you read the harmonized framework, there's this concept of completeness. Was the data there in the first place? Conformant, was it in the right format? Like, was it spelled wrong or was it the right code? And then the mother of them all, which is plausibility. And that is where we will never be done writing data quality checks. There will always be like, this value and this value should never exist at the same time. That's the type of thing that we want to record there. So what we're doing, and we don't consider this proprietary, we actually wish there was a massive library of plausibility rules that say, like for some of the ones here, we're saying more than 50 nodes were examined as part of this procedure. That's very unlikely that that would ever happen. That's probably a data entry issue. So we compare that type of thing. We write the rule and then it compares it, the local site, with what the rest of the community is doing. So this quality framework is something that sites get as part of being part of Cosmos. And the nice thing about this is it'll also help with interoperability. We will often catch not often, but it does happen, where someone has mismapped the link code or they've mapped something wrong, and it's the same exact mapping that they're using to send the patient's chart for real-time interoperability. So when they make that change, because we're detecting it here, they're actually improving overall interoperability of patient charts everywhere. So we see these as more than just a research initiative, but that's playing a key role in it. Now, this is what happens. So we know that not every site looks like Stanford and UW and St. Luke's, but the ones who do, how does their cancer staging data look? So the blue here is NCDB, and then Cosmos is in the purple. So you can see that, and this is just for breast cancer, you can see the distribution of staging adds up pretty well. We have a little more missingness than them. So that's if you If you're quick with the addition, it's about 95% to 100 there. But anyway, just wanted to show you that even, when we have a volume like 230 million, 13 million cancer cases, even if only a quarter of those are getting to what we need, it still ends up with millions of cases. So this is an ongoing effort. Someone said to me once, data quality is like cutting your lawn. Just like you're never done. It's just going to continue over and over and over and over again. So there's no end in sight. We'll continue working on that. So last point, and I think these have all been said several times. How are we going to do this? The first one is you got to pay the health system or the oncologist and help them understand why this is valuable. But there has to be some incentive for their work, or they're not going to do it. And that is the reality of it. Health systems need to do a better job educating oncologists and staff members of how to work as a team and why this data is valuable to collect. Also, more and more, and I'm sure everyone in this room will agree with it, clinical trials as a care option need to be just standard of care. People need to know about that. They need to be comfortable with that. And we need to be able to make sure that those are accessible within the workflow. So making sure those things are there. And then the last one, this will be on us, is making it easy to do the right thing. User-centered design, thinking through that. And I think someone alluded to it with AI before. This is not going to be our savior here. We are not going to NLP our way and large language model our way out of this one anytime soon. I wish. We're a technology company. It'd be awesome. But even like something like simple cancer staging out of a note is proving to be challenging in many regards. It does work in some contexts really well, but there's a lot of work to go. So that's how we're thinking about things from the health system and oncologist side. And thank you.
Thank you. So that's a very, very interesting presentation, and I'm excited to introduce our next presenter today, Stephen Fred Divers, who's the Chief Medical Officer at the American Oncology Network. And I think will provide a boots on the ground perspective of implementing some of the things that we've just heard. In particular, American Oncology Network's been in a position of participating in several CMS pilots, and including the enhancing oncology model. And I think we'll be able to speak to some of the initiatives around building out systems and approaches for enhancing data within their network.
Thanks again, and thanks everybody for being here. So just a little housekeeping. I thought medical oncologists sort of ruled the roost when it came to acronyms, but DCU win. It's unbelievable. So kudos to you guys. So I am a medical oncologist by training. I do practice within the community setting. I serve sort of as a side. I practice 5 days a week. So I flew up here this morning. I'm flying back tonight. I was in the ICU seeing a patient at 10 o'clock last night. So it is boots on the ground. I'm trying to provide some context for the wonderful work that Phil and Neil and everybody's doing here. So I have a side hustle as a chief medical officer for American Oncology Network. I have very limited knowledge when it comes to the details of the data, but I try to surround myself with really bright people who really help me to not look like quite the fool that I sometimes am. So American Oncology Network, just to give you a little background. There are a lot of vendors in the room. There are a lot of stakeholders here, including on the payer side, on the vendor side, on the government side. So as a medical oncologist rather than a surgical oncologist, we felt like we needed to do our part, or at least answer the question of how do we level the playing field? Earlier Amanda said, well, how do I know that my dad gets seen in Abilene, Texas by Joe Smith, local oncologist, that the quality of care there is legit good? And how do I know that that's the same care that he would have received at UCSF? You don't. I think all those providers are well-intended and well-trained at academic centers, but for whatever reason, choose to practice in the community for other reasons. And the question is, how do we sort of create the rising tide that lifts all ships and elevate that level of care? So our idea was a little different. There are other aggregators there. US Oncology Network's a great example. There are, multiple City of Hope, the Mayo, right? They have outreach programs. And so the question is, so how do we document this? How do we prove this? And so our idea was to create one single network. And so we're about 5 years old and have added sites throughout the country. So we're in about 20 states, several hundred, over 200 providers, all on one single IT platform. Maybe. Oh, it's slow. Okay. So this sort of is a timeline for how we've evolved here, and we'll move through that because you guys aren't super interested in that. But you got a lot of data you got to get access to, from LIS to EHR to pathology reports, to hospital notes to pharmacy. So the idea was to have one integrated workflow. So whether it's an oral prescription or an IV infusion or a pathology, our pathology is integrated. Our pathologist read over 5,000 bone marrows last year. So all of that's integrated into one system. We have relationships with payers and work on the value-based side. We participated in the oncology care model, which is part of CMMI's original. We took a 1-year breather, 22 to 23, and then jumped into EOM, which is the new version. So again, we felt like in order to make good decisions about how we take care of patients, you really need to have access to all of this data, right? At your fingertips. And then once you get that data from multiple sources, you have to have connectivity with one IT platform. So the same instance of OncoEMR, we use Flatiron's OncoEMR in Arkansas, where I live, is the same as Bethesda, Maryland, is the same as Washington State. And so it's one IP platform throughout. So we have robust decision support tools. We lean on our friends at Flatiron and others to help with that to some degree. We have a full-time, staff of FTEs to coordinate all of our, tech duties that I don't really understand that well. To your point about how do we get oncologists to do the right thing, Phil? I don't know. I guess that's supposed to be my job, but if you have any tips, we're gonna have dinner tonight or something before I fly home, because whether it's a stick, whether it's a carrot, it's hard, right? And so I do believe in behavioral economics, right? Incentivize the behavior in which you choose to seek, and you will usually get that behavior, right? I mean, we see vendors in the space because there's a need, right? Nobody's data is curated that well. So we made a company called MIBA, which is Meaningful Insights in Biotech Analytics. Now, the point of this is all of our data from all those sites is brought in and curated. Now, I don't know what they do when they curate it. They wave a magic wand, they clean, they normalize, they do whatever they do, right? But but we have folks who write code. We have data scientists that do data extraction. So, but the point of this was we can have relationships with pharma to help with drug development, to find patients who need therapies, niche therapies, right? We can have feasibility studies for drug development. We can also do RWD and RWE, real world evidence research. The devil's in the details there, right? I mean, how do you define quality? And then a lot of precision oncology metrics. So our view, because we live in the community in a value-based world, we have to be very good stewards of the healthcare dollar, right? Whether you're an EOM or New Century Health or Aetna or whatever platform, United Healthcare. I mean, we're charged with being a good steward of the healthcare dollar. So how can we do that without adequate analytical tools, right? Figure out what are your cost drivers? Where's your big spend? Where's your low value therapy, right? Where are your hospitalizations? What can you do to intervene and change that? So the idea is to have all of that rolled up into one platform, and then we can use MIBA to analyze this, provide real world learning and analytical decision support along the way. So, we've spent, quite a bit of capital to create a team and fund this, and they probably are the ones that should be here giving this talk and not me. But so I was sort of challenged in this discussion to talk about EOM as sort of a use case scenario for how this may be applicable and how do we capture data at the point of care, which is very difficult. And so just a couple of comments. You guys know EOM is a survivorship or the secondary program to OCM, Oncology Care Model. It is a voluntary program that runs from July 23 to June of 2028. And the idea was to improve the quality of cancer care, place the patient at the center, reduce the oncology spend compared to traditional fee-for-service models, improve health equity across the board by really dialing into social disparities of health and trying to address those. So they're capturing data on all of that. The whole point of this was to drive a change in how we design the practice itself and how it operates. Now, a lot of that was done in the original Come Home projects. You may remember those, and then the oncology care model, and then this. So a lot of fairly sophisticated community practices had some infrastructure in place for these. And so we were pleased to see EOM come out. Now, EOM is a little tougher than OCM. You have mandatory downside risk. It is, they sort of baked in a 2% cost reduction that you had to hit, or you're accountable for that. So the participants are accountable for their care quality and their spend. It includes 7 cancer types that you see here. The asterisks delineate that sort of the chip shots, if you will, the hormone-related breast and prostate therapy are excluded here. So there's really high-risk patients getting significant chemotherapy. So there's about 67 practices, 3,000 providers over 37 states. You get a monthly MEOS payment, but that's about half what it was in the OCM. So you paid a little less to do a little more from the data capture side. So it does put a strain. And you have a retrospective performance-based payment or recoupment. So you assume downside risk. There's a high risk and a low risk. The low risk is risk arrangement 1. The high risk is risk arrangement 2. These are the practice redesign activities, that are an ask as part of that. And so, there's got to be a lot of data shared. The data comes from the EOM participant back to CMS or CMMI. Those include quality measures, clinical data, staging, which we've all been talking about, like how do you capture that at the point of care, sociodemographic data. There's also data shared back from CMS to the EOM participant, including attribution, episode levels. Reconciliation reports are semi-annual, and you do get a dashboard to evaluate performance, but there is some lag time there. So there are some benefits of this data collection, obviously. It allows for interoperability. We've talked about that all day. It does drive adherence to evidence-based guidelines. So in other words, what's given in Abilene, Texas is going to be the same as elsewhere. It improves clinical decision support. So I would like to make this comment. I'm not super old, but I'm not young anymore. And I was at ASCO. I trained in Chapel Hill. So I was on Mark Sosinski stood on stage with non-small cell lung cancer and said, what? 4 cycles of carboplatin and Taxol is all there is. There's no data that anything more is any better. Okay, that wasn't that long ago. Now the non-small cell lung cancer pile is divided into probably 18 to 19 slices. Okay, and so we have an ICD code for lung cancer, and it cares which lobe. It doesn't care if it's non-small cell, small cell, adeno, squame, EGFR mutated, ALK fusion. None of that's in there. Okay, so until you start fixing that, that's what we need to make clinical decisions. Okay, that's how we decide what's best for a patient. And that is a longitudinal journey that requires context, right? Because line of therapy earlier was huge, right? Some of these clinical decision support, like Flatirons, works great in the adjuvant first line setting, and the wheels start to fall off when you get to third line. What percentage of patients out there in the third line setting? Cancer is a long-term disease. And until we start viewing it like that and think about the longitudinal data collection at the point of care, and then every practice, organization, entity, you got to get your house in order, right? Figure out your data collection strategy. Is it a vendor? Do you do it internally? But you have to be accountable for that. We have to figure out how to create incentives for physicians to do the right thing and capture this data at the point of care. Some of the patient-reported stuff scares me. Right? I mean, how many patients come in complaining of crunching 10 out of 10 chest pain that are not having an MI, right? I mean, the social psychological drama of you losing your mother versus you losing your iPhone are really pretty equivalent. That's how our body's biologically wired. And so, you know, when a patient reports, I'm having 10 out of 10 crushing chest pain, and that gets reported, what's the negative externality of that in a data set downstream, right? If your MIPS reporting is off, I mean, there are negative financial repercussions for that, right? So you got to figure out how to make that make sense. So these are some of the challenges on this data collection, capturing and reporting. Typically unstructured data is cumbersome. So for our MIBA data set, we did use NLP and LLM and curated that about 40 entities deep, 28 of which were NLP. So our F1 score is about 92. It's not perfect, not even great, but it's a start, you know. And how many times earlier did people use the term one data set, one entity, right? You got one project, you curate this data set. So it makes a lot more sense for the institution to take care of your data set, curate it, and you get many uses. So for our MIBA advisory board, to your point, physicians go down the rabbit hole nonstop, but they get so excited about it. They're like, we could look at this, and then we could look at this, and then we could look at this. But I mean, how do you know that that's regulatory grade? How do you know that that data is real? And a lot of it's in the definition. If we want to show quality in the community, how do you define that? Easy example. A lot of people look at time to treatment. Where do you define that? Is that from the pathology report to the first infusion? Is it from the first office visit? You know, I mean, one easy example to your point earlier, Dr. Ashman, about are these trials applicable? Well, pull the pathologic CR data, see if yours is the same as Keynote 522 or Trophimus, right? And if you have that, then you know those, you know, traditional research trials are applicable within the community. So I think this is the place we got to go. EOM is a user case scenario or use case scenario of how we try to get there. There are challenges. I mean, the lack of timely access to data, the data collection at the point of care. My favorite drawing ever was a kid. He was seeing an oncologist, he's a 21-year-old kid that had testicular cancer, and they asked him to describe his experience. He drew a picture of the oncologist in the corner typing. He was sitting over here on a table by himself. So that was his interpretation of his experience because the oncologist was just trying to capture the data. So that's not where we want to be either. We gotta find tools to help. So anyway, I've rambled long enough, but I wanted to sort of let you know there are a lot of challenges, obviously, and there are a lot of key stakeholders in this room contributing to solutions, and I'm appreciative for all those.
So our last speaker to round out our presentations before we kick off a panel discussion is Brian Anderson, who's the Chief Digital Health Physician at MITRE, leads a number of efforts in digital health, and will again close out our presentations and really kind of highlight, I think, the significance of what standardization means and how it can change our approach for oncology research and clinical care.
Okay, so I'm Brian. I'm from a nonprofit called MITRE, where we do a lot of work with the federal government. Like Steve, I have a side hustle. I am the senior advisor for clinical trial innovation at ARPA-H, where we're helping to launch an effort you may have heard about it, advancing clinical trial readiness. So I want to start with a story that goes back 6 or 7 years, not quite as long as I Spy, Laura, but it's in the cancer domain around an effort called MCODE. MCODE stands for Minimal Common Oncology Data Elements. It was a story that starts with Dr. Monica Bertinoli, who at the time was just a surgeon at Brigham and Women's Hospital. Now, of course, she's our director for the National Institutes of Health. When we first met and we began talking about, is there a minimal set of data elements that we can work with the provider community within ASCO to define what that set is, that can be the set that would be as close to, Neil, I'm going to use, the kind of the buckets that you were referring to, the data that is routinely captured, but maybe we can take a little bit of a step and have some level of intentionality in terms of, what are the critical elements that might be missing in that routinely captured set of data elements that we want to be part of this minimal set, or MCODE. So we got together this group of, I think it was at the time, it was about 60 or 70 oncologists. Monica was the president of ASCO, so she had some pull and she pulled together a bunch of her peers within ASCO. And we got together here in DC and we began hammering out what MCODE looks like. We subsequently launched what's called a fire accelerator called Codex. If you're familiar with the standard space, you know that these fire accelerators, they're built on this Mark Twain quote that I like to remind folks on. You know, what is the way that you move ahead, that you advance something? It's by doing. It's by getting started, by using a specific implementation or use case and actually getting out there and doing it. And so that's what we're trying to do in Codex, is taking the standard of MCODE and actually partnering with health systems, partnering with, you see the list of partners here within Codex to actually take the standard, begin using it and iterating on it and refining it. There are a number of specific use cases. I'll dive into these here in a minute. Eye care data, which is looking for EHR endpoints for cancer research. Looking to use MCODE to identify patients, clinical trial matching, cancer registry reporting, radiation treatment therapy, prior auth, and then a work space in genomics and in the cardiology space as well. When we started Codex at MITRE in partnership with Monica and ASCO, it was a fully internally funded effort, and it was like that for about the subsequent 5 or so years. It was only recently, within the past year, given the adoption from some of the largest vendors, thank you, Epic, thank you, Phil, and Neil, I think Flatiron is also on board with using MCODE, that we really began to see the adoption at scale and widespread use of MCODE as a standard across the EHR vendor community, to the point now where I believe the stat that I see up there, 45% of vendor systems in North America worldwide use MCODE, and 80% of the American radiation therapy providers use MCODE as well. So real world adoption in that space. So you might ask, what does MCODE look like? This is sort of the eye chart in terms of the different domains. What I'm going to call your attention to is the area, laser doesn't show up, the area that I regard as the magic of where MCODE is, and that's in this color. I'm color struggling, so I don't know what color that is. I'll call that maybe purple fuchsia, I don't know. But the specific one that I think is really important is response to treatment or disease status. How is the individual responding to the therapy? So frequently, that is one of the areas that is left unanswered in a chart. You get, obviously, the types of therapy. You sometimes feel, I think I was surprised, I didn't know the numbers were that high, 95% in terms of the cancer staging. You get cancer staging in there, but you very infrequently get, how are they doing? How are they responding to that therapy? And yet it's so important when it gets down to, I think, Steve, you were mentioning the second line, the third line, why did this longitudinal history, why did the patient progress in the way that they did? Oftentimes, obviously, it's in how they're responding or not responding well to treatment. There are other important areas. Genomics is an important one, obviously, as well as the treatment, the assessment, the overall socioeconomic determinants of health for the patient, and the overall disease classification for MCODE. Now, when you see this, your reaction might be, well, that's not too minimal, Brian. That's a lot of elements. A lot of this is built on existing, I'm going to steal from Molly's previous presentation, existing work in the standard space that ONC has led, the US CDI work that you've had since 2016 going on. So it's not like a house of cards that we built wholly separate from many of the existing work that has already been going on. The other thing to call out, I know this is an oncology focused effort, is we believe that these kinds of elements or this kind of approach is very much extensible beyond cancer. This approach is not unique to cancer, right? You can have a minimal set of data elements for cardiology, for gastroenterology, for neurology. And the hope is, and this is something that Monica, our teams have talked a lot about, is if we take a, almost like a checklist manifesto approach, if you're familiar with that book, and look to, in a very intentional way, standardize the kinds of data that we want to have captured at the point of care to fuel real-world evidence generation, we can begin building a standard health record for research. And this is the vision that you'll begin hearing more about coming out of ARPA-H and NIH moving forward. It's something that we're very excited about when we think about capturing this data, you know, in a more rigorous fashion, in a more intentional fashion, at the point of care by community oncologists, by academic investigators at tertiary or quaternary referral centers. All right, I've mentioned a little bit about Cardex. Genomics is, you know, very similar in looking and diving into an extensible area of expanding the elements within the genomic sequencing space, similar to in the cardiology space. And we have a set of specific use cases focused hypertension and cardiology, looking at the data exchange with next-gen sequencing reports in the genomic space. And then in the codex space, let me actually dive into a few specific efforts that we're focusing on. So we have an effort focused in the clinical trial matching. So again, the thesis behind EMCODE is a provider can capture these elements with a low level of burden, and that data is low level burden because it's very close to the kinds of data that they're already capturing. And yet, in capturing that data, we can augment you know, specific important areas of work like clinical trial matching, where we demonstrated, this is in a retrospective analysis, the ability to analyze up to 800% more patients when these data elements are captured in a more rigorous fashion and demonstrating the feasibility of it. Additionally, looking at, I'm going to look over at the Mayo Clinic trial. One of the things that we've done with Mayo, and we're going to be partnering with a few sites in NIH, is building a set of trials that have what I'll call an EMCODE arm, so capturing the elements with an EMCODE, and then validating that with the non-EMCODE, I'll call the traditional way of capturing the research grade data, and then looking at the fidelity between the two. What we're seeing in early signs from the Mayo site is that there's a high degree of fidelity. The data is captured quite accurately and easily, and the burden on the providers is quite minimal. So again, the opportunity is really, you know, partnering the technology vendors that surface the data. And, you know, I would say there is a space for AI to help maybe in how that data can be captured, but certainly the need to capture it. It's not going to, I totally hear and agree with you, Phil. But once that data is captured, the ability for it to power evidence generation is quite remarkable. All right, people have been talking about EOM, and so I'm going to end with just a few thoughts on this. I think it was maybe Molly or Steve, you had mentioned the, you know, I think the great parts about EOM, so I won't bother going too much into detail, other than I want to highlight 15 or so elements. All of those elements, if not all of them, come from EMCODE. We call it EMCODE Lite. EMCODE in general has about 70 to 80 elements. EMCODE Lite, or EOM, has 15. With my ARPA-H hat on, I'll share, you know, one of the things that we're really excited about within ARPA-H is how do you not only stand up a pragmatic, decentralized trial, you know, how do you fund that over the next 5 or so years? But more importantly, you know, once that kind of work or effort transitions out of ARPA-H or out of NIH, how is it sustainable? How do you sustain those frontline clinicians that aren't incentivized to do research at the academic institution? One of my hopes, I'd be curious what your guys' thoughts are, is something like EOM, right? If we can demonstrate that EMCODE, right, as I showed in these earlier, going slow, efforts, is demonstrating the ability to capture evidence grade data for research. Those same elements, or 15 of them, can also be a means for incentivizing and reimbursing providers. You have a real potential sustainable future where you're not only enabling researchers at, you know, quaternary referral centers that are paid to conduct research, to do research, but community oncologists that are part of EOM in this case, or a future version of EOM, to not only collect the data, get paid for the quality improvement, but potentially to also do research. those are the kinds of novel approaches that I'm really excited about when we think about real world evidence generation and how we develop a sustainable future for all oncologists, for all patients, be them out in the rural setting or in the urban setting. So that's my presentation. Back to you.
Wonderful.
All right, so I will invite all of our presenters and then our panelists to join me up here. You want to come as well? So that was a really interesting and exciting discussion. I think we hit a lot of different use cases for real world data and real world evidence, a lot of decision makers uses, and then a lot of the challenges, but I think I also heard some solutions. But before we go into the formal Q&A, and folks in the audience, we welcome your questions as well as those online. So please start thinking now. Paul, I would love to kind of hear your thoughts, both as a practicing oncologist as well as a regulator. What did you learn from that session?
So thank you very much, Coach. I'm Paul Klutz. I'm the Deputy Director of the Oncology Center of Excellence, a medical oncologist. My side hustle, and at the FDA, we have very few we're allowed to do, is I work at Georgetown University Hospital as a hospitalist. So I really was struck by your practical points about the challenge in the current healthcare landscape in delivering care. So the first thing I want to say is I feel extra clicks deeply myself. And so I do know that whatever solution we have must be very, very practical for the practicing physician. So just because I want to get into Q&A, and I want to say, we've seen a lot of discussions about what might be possible and wouldn't it be great if we do this or do that. I have not seen a panel with as many people that are actually in the weeds with potential to prospectively improve the solution than this panel. So EPIC, practicing oncologists, ONC, this might be the one panel I am asked the least number of questions, which is going to be really refreshing. So I'm really looking forward to Q&A.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Paul. We talked a lot about carrots and sticks during this panel. And so, Molly, I'm going to start with you. And you alluded to this. You talked about vendors having to adopt US CDI. Could you explain to the group why? And then how does that translate into US CDI plus, especially in the context of oncology?
I think this is what, yes. So ONC, all of our programs are voluntary. So if we have CMS friends in the audience, they tend to be the ones who provide us with those carrots or sticks, or as I like to say, incentives. And so for US CDI adoption, that is a required component if you are a certified EHR. So if you choose to go through the certification program, like a lot of the vendors in this room have, then US CDI would be one of those requirements that give you that, certification. Again, in terms of the enforcement of that tends to fall to other programs. ONC does not have that statutory authority. And so the reliance on our federal partners to help kind of come in and incentivize the use of certified electronic health records or the use of certain standards like US CDI Plus is where those partnerships really come to play. And so I appreciate it in the room now. So groups like NCI, FDA, CDC, through the incentives and other mechanisms that our federal partners have, they can point to ONC supported standards like US CDI Plus.
Thanks. That's really great. Phil, and then also Neil, right? You guys are implementing EHR systems. We learned about Codex. We learned about US CDI Plus. How do you pick which standards to adopt and how do you navigate all of that? And Neil, maybe I'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. So at Flatiron, we're all about liberating data, liberating as much data from routine care and also prospectively collected as possible. And so we're heads down in building out, for example, US CDI, I think version 3 right now, and also our work through the Cancer X community. We've made commitments to building out data capture and transfer elements related to the enhancing oncology model. So to answer your question, we are guided by the demands of our customers, of course, but also when the broader community provides scalable opportunities for interoperability and data transfer, data sharing. So the things we're building out now are based on an HL7 Fire, Fire APIs. We view that as scalable solution. We get incoming, Epic probably does as well, like every day, incoming requests for help us transfer this kind of data, that kind of data. We want to do this or that. But we're focused on doing those things that are scalable. And the HL7, the Fire platform enables this. One thing I mentioned before about user-focused design is really critical in terms of, as an EHR vendor and getting implementation of certain things. And I'll go out on a limb here and say that I'm pretty bullish on the potential for LLMs to reduce clinician burden ultimately and improve documentation in a structured way. So we're looking into how we can reduce clinician documentation burden with technology and at the same time improve structured data capture at the point of care. So, with all the caveats of where the field is today in terms of AI, I think we're going to see, a lot of routine implementation probably in the next 5 years, is my guess.
Great, and Bill?
Yeah, I think I'd echo pretty much all of those points. At Epic, when we design the system, it's a single code base for the entire world. I think that's often not appreciated because you go to Sutter, you go to UCSF. They've, made some slight differences in kind of what the cover looks like. So it's kind of like you get into a car and you have your radio dials and things like that. It's very personalized. But if you peel back the layers, essentially the tables, the columns, they're identical anywhere you go in the world. And what that means is we had to be able to take different code sets and different standards wherever we were being installed. Right now, that's about 16 different countries. So we have to design and be thinking that there's always going to be one more standard. There's always going to be one more thing. And then as far as sort of US-centric focus, everything is led by our customers who are ultimately making sure that we're at the table at all these types of things. So we shouldn't be surprised when the next version of USCDI comes out. We should have been there with our customers, understanding not only what the data elements were going to be, but how they were being recorded. I think that's probably the bigger challenge for us. Like something as simple as disease status, which is probably the most important element that can be recorded, how that actually surfaces in the system so it can be completed easily is much harder than just saying, well, you just need to record this one data element. It's a whole workflow that you have to think about. So every time we add more elements of things to record, we have to think about the impact to just your everyday physician of how is this going to be interpreted by them to complete and use this information.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. Fred, I'm curious, as a practicing oncologist, especially your connection to this large group of physicians, right? And your experience with the enhanced oncology model. Can you talk a little bit about how the data required to participate in that type of model spills over into the data collected for patients that aren't eligible for the model?
Yeah, I think that's a great point from a use case scenario. I mean, the uptake for was smaller than OCM. There was less carrot there than historically. But I think from a lot of practices out there had infrastructure in place, care navigation teams, and so during that 1 year breather, we were kind of looking for a place to park that. There was CCM, TCM, a lot of other transitional sort of codes that would help close the gap in patient access to care. But so EOM, I think, is a great thing from that standpoint, and we just participate in it. the tools used to execute well in that, I think can be used to execute well in your practice as a whole in day-to-day operations. So again, the complexity of medical oncology and the rate of change is, probably on par with, if you look at the computation for this AI and quadrilateral time versus linear time with infra, I mean, the escalation is very rapid. And so, to Laura's point, I mean, in 2020, there's no way NLP was going to get you anywhere, but you look at context windows now, maybe, maybe. So I think obviously it would be much better to capture that data at the point of care, incentivize the right behavior. But my point is, it's so hard to make the right decision for a patient in a longitudinal chronic care state. You got to have help to do that. And the absolute best therapy for a patient is always going to be the right therapy. So you have to have the tools, whether it's Epic or Flatiron or whatever, to get there. And meaning that's NGS data, that's line of therapy, that's maybe pharmacogenomics too, right? So, if and there are novel ways to look at, the costs, et cetera, but I think you have to have access to all that data and have some clinical decision support. Because when you look at these niche therapies with a hazard ratio of 0.2, we don't want to miss those, right? As oncologists, you were trained, never miss a lymphoma, never miss a testicular cancer, because you can fix those, right? Well, I don't want to miss an EGFR mutated lung cancer and ALK fusion. I saw a guy last night who has a GBM that has an NTRK fusion that was picked up on his NGS. And he's on big tracking now and responding. So, I mean, that's a 1%, but we're paid to find those people, right? That's immense value when you find those people, right? And so that's what you want to look for. We just got to have the help to get there, right?
Terrific. Laura, I see you and I'll come to you in just a second. Brian, I want to ask a question. We've been talking a lot about data that can be standardized, right? And many of these presentations, we talked about standardized data elements. Are there certain data elements, especially like in your experience with ENCODE and Codex, that we cannot standardize today?
Question. I guess I would look at it from the perspective of, what's the burden on the provider to standardize, any potential element. Because I think anything could be standardized, right? You can create, a drop down in Epic or in Flatiron and standardize it to whatever, the field is that you want. You can create a FHIR standard about that. But, for me, I think the more important rubric is, is there burden put on the provider? Is there burden put on the patient? And is the thing that you're trying to standardize to, because we're here talking about research and real world evidence generation, is that thing that you're standardizing to, does it have a degree of fidelity or accuracy to, what I'll call the research grade, ground truth data? And right, because I mean, the hope being that if you can create a standard and you can push it out to, the point of care and it's captured, that, you're generating evidence regulatory grade really easily. So I would say, if the answer is yes, it's low burden, yes, it has high fidelity to, the quote unquote truth as defined by, research grade data, then those are the things that that's the sweet spot in terms of where you want to standardize. If it's going to create overly burdensome, elements, if the translation from the unstructured to the structured is going to yield a non-accurate, element that bears no resemblance to the truth that the patient is describing, those are things you don't want to standardize.
Yeah, no, that's really thoughtful. So with that, I know we are quickly running up against time. So Laura, please.
So I want to respond. So Fred, I want to respond to the comments you make. I think that, again, there's lots of tools people have to enter data. They have scribes, they have all kinds of things. I mean, all we have to do is rethink about taking our personnel and using them. You could get rid of, pre-approval. There's lots of things that we waste, lots of personnel that we waste that could be helping just get that basic data in at the time. But, so like after you close your chart and everything's done, why are you being asked to stage someone? These are the data elements that should define stage. If you enter these primary elements, which like RNM code or whatever, you shouldn't be asked to stage. You should say, is this correct? Yes or no? Again, this is just simple decision support. You asked what would matter? That would matter. From the USCDI standpoint, why, again, if you require, if all the pathology synoptic note terms, if you make that a standard and people want to use it, we could go to IAG and sort of make it, work across all systems, but then we have it, right? And so it's like if the person who if everyone puts their part of the data in that's structured, fine, you could put this and say, okay, it's required by M code or CAP or whatever it is. And, if Epic wants to put it in or Cerner wants to, great. But if there's another system that puts it in, as long as it's interoperable, that would be okay, right? But that could define right back, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think, prior to the CAP synoptic, I had no idea how people practice oncology, right? So like, I mean, it was impossible. And I mean, the same's true going forward, right? I mean, that's a use case proof of principle, right? It can be done. It changes how we take care of patients going forward. It is absolutely essential to the clinical decision support for when we make a decision. And the same should be true going forward, right? We just incentivize that data capture at the point of care appropriately with whatever the economic incentives are. And then that leads to, clinical trial matching. All right, everybody's got a CTMS. You can then select patients for these niche trials going forward. Right, you can then retrospectively query your database, find patients that got a KRAS G12D mutation, and so forth. So I think.
Well, when it comes out, you could say, because say the ALK a new ALK mutation or something else comes out, you could query your database and say, well, who had, who's got whatever it is. I mean, that's what we need, right?
Yeah, that was the whole point of like what I was saying. Like, if you can get your house in order, right? There's so many corollaries, and to see the providers get excited about that. Like, I call them and I'm like, hey, dude, your staging's like 46%. You got to do better. I mean, at the point Flatiron Assist is, you have to put the stage in for it to work, right? And so when you use Flatiron Assist, it reports NCCN concordance, which then shows your value-based partner, hey, I'm treating on NCCN pathway, right? So there's values to that. So you got to put that data in to get there, and having the providers just understand that. I mean, these guys have evolved from the soap note days, right? I mean, so, right? That's a real thing. So, I think education, training doesn't get you very far, right? So you got to incentivize the behavior you want.
I have a quick question, just on implementation, because we saw M code and we thought it was exciting because there is no intermediate clinical endpoints really, unfortunately, in most real world data. We've gone through a lot of work, Donna and friends, and everyone's done great work on trying to figure out what more of a qualitative intermediate endpoint would be for what we see as progression-free survival, for instance, as FDA endpoint. How do you see M codes, both disease and treatment, relatively simple position entered sort of checkbox working? Has anyone implemented that? Because I know there's definitely use cases for M code going on, but how's it going? I know we've done a couple of small working groups and actually a couple of BAAs, but is that considered feasible? I mean, yeah, that would be you since you've got a bunch of oncologists. But as I said, I work at Georgetown. Yeah,
right. I was trying to. No, I think it is feasible. And I think honestly, looking, we're actually querying that database now, trying to find a signal, right? Not ask a research question, but say, can we look at progression-free survival? Can we look at pathologic CR? Can we use some assistance with some NLP to get there? Right.
Early stage setting, 100%. There's lots of things you know.
Yeah, and so I think, yes, ideally at the point of care, putting that in, click this box before you move to the, we have utilized like Google Chrome extensions, for example. Hey, by the way, I see you ordered this drug, but you don't have this, right? So nobody likes to pop up. Epic has a lot of pop-ups, right? They got rid of a lot. So, but I mean, there are tools that you can use, right? to sort of nudge the provider, if you will, like, hey, we need to get this done. And so if you want any clinical decision support, the data has to be there. And I think the MCO, you know, is a fantastic start building on the synoptic cap, and then we sort of go from there. But ultimately, that context, when you get into those later lines of therapy and having access to, you know, did this patient have a KRAS mutation? Did they get an IO? Did they have an STK11 or KEAP1 mutation? And maybe they're not going to respond to the IO. And then, I mean, there are a lot of, I mean, that's computationally getting outside the realm of human possibility.
Without knowing what happens to our patients in this day and age between diagnosis and death, which is kind of what we have right now, we have no ability to see what's happening from a line, as you say, is so critical. And I hope that it's just a culture situation. You know, when you train, your doctor was like, you know, your favorite attending had this form. He's like, this is how I do my notes. And it really makes a lot of sense to me. And I was like, oh, I really like how you laid that out. Well, you know, at some point, we have to embrace some kind of common way to enter in the line of therapy, whether they are continuing to take it, and if not, why, and what their disease is doing, if we want to learn.
Timeline and context. It's all doable, and starting from diagnosis at the early stage.
Paul, I have a question. The inability to do something like that, is that just human nature and not wanting to change what you're already doing? Or is it that, is there maybe a concern that it's going to change the practice of medicine?
I mean, I can't speak for the oncologist other than to say, I do, it's a culture. It's just a way that we do things. And I think it's a really, really tough practice environment right now, where you better be sure when you roll it out that it is what everyone's going to do, rather than have a new way of doing something every 6 months, which really drives clinicians, really hardworking clinicians, crazy. And so I do think it's a culture. I don't think it's that, in my mind, it wouldn't take that much of a leap to do it, but we got to do it or not do it. You know what I'm saying? I think we have to jump.
So I think one thing though is, you know, all those data elements are the back end in some ways. What you need are just clever visuals about, you know, people struggle about if you've got, you know, in breast cancer, just as an example, you know, people come in, they have multiple lesions in the breast where they biopsy with this. You have just sort of clever ways of envisioning that lesion 1, lesion 2, lesion 3 attaches to your synoptic, whatever. So there's a certain way that you enter data and a certain way that you visualize it. But then the next time they come in, you don't have to go through that same rigmarole every time. And you're not spending 20 minutes trying to figure out, well, who was this and what was it? And all that stuff can organize and be your notes. I mean, people would love it. When people see this, they love that.
There's great variability, note to note to note, and how people do that, but they're trying to solve for that, right? So did I have a right upper lobe lung nodule? Is that the same lung nodule that this radiologist mentioned on that CT that was at this hospital, right? And so some standardization of that process would be fantastic, but.
Yeah. Bill, I hope you're taking lots of notes. Like that, I'm not so I think we are just at time. So I just want to say, Paul, Neil had to leave early. Molly, Fred, Brian, Phil, thank you all so much for this wonderful discussion. Our friends from the Reagan-Udall Foundation, from Friends and from Margolis. I feel some multi-stakeholder projects have come up from this conversation. And with that, I am happy to pass it over to my colleague, Nick Hone, for the next session.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nick Honig. I'm head of regulatory at Aetion. So the last session of the day, and we're almost there, is going to be more of a panel discussion than any sort of presentation. So I'd like to invite all of my fellow panelists up to the stage, and as they're getting settled, I'll go through a quick recap. So joining me, we have Amanda Borens from Iridia Informatics, Fred Divers from the American Oncology Network, Laura Fernandez from CODA, Nicole Mahoney from Novartis, and then Donna Rivera and Paul Klutz from FDA's Oncology Center of Excellence. So we've had a really incredible number of interesting and compelling conversations today. We started off with our first panel where we sort of recapped the state of play and where we stand with regulatory grade RWE in the oncology space. Donna provided a regulatory perspective of where we stand, touching on inspection and verification. Olga took us beyond ECAs into other essential use cases and their importance in the oncology spectrum. Jeff took us into the world of forensic cancer research and the important work they're doing to advance the field. And then Nicole provided a great recap before we had a panel conversation that touched on early engagement with FDA, the advancing RWE program, and how to operationalize best practices. We then moved into opportunities for patient-centered real-world data, where Amanda provided us with a patient and data scientist perspective and some proposed solutions to mitigate frustrations in the space. Erwin discussed patients like me and its applications. Laura Fernandez spoke to regulatory-grade data from a data provider point of view. Laura Esterman keyed in on EHRs and solutions to alleviate common frustrations. And then the panel covered the need for more integrated systems, as well as the need for efficiencies in data collection and curation. And then panel 3, how we're sort of tackling key open questions as well as data collection at the point of care. I'm not going to do a deep or superficial recap on because it should be fresh in everyone's mind. But I'd like this to be as interactive as possible. So if there are questions from the audience in the room as well as online, please submit your questions or raise your hand during this conversation. But we'll start off and we'll just sort of go down the line here. What energized you the most today? What jumps out as either a really strong piece of work or a good opportunity for the space? And we can start with Amanda and just go down the line.
Sure. I was really actually new to hearing more details about ENCODE, so I was really happy to hear about minimum data collection standards. I worked for a long time in the data science world where we served as consultants and published over 40 CDISC therapeutic area user guides for data standards. But what always frustrated me about that is that they were standards for if you happen to collect these things, this is how you should format them, as opposed to you should be collecting these things. So yeah, I think that was really exciting. I think again, it's just going to be rolling it out in adoption, which is kind of the case that Laura's been making about culturally changing the way that we document patient progression.
So for me, the most important thing that actually struck me is how we're trying to all collectively use real world data, in a secondary use case. Like the way we all know real world data is not collected primarily to answer a research question, but we are all collectively invested in using this patient experience for a secondary use case. And that to me seems like the very definition of a patient-centric trial. This focus on using patient information, recycling that information to answer research questions, and respecting patients' wishes when they participate in a clinical trial, not to give them the same control arm, giving them a better chance to get the investigational arm. And so having more efficient clinical trials with the focus on having a patient-centric trial. I thought that was very, that was like a common thread for me.
I think what I find energizing, I think it's always energizing to be in a room full of people that are seemingly moving forward together in the same direction. So to me, it was, people showing up and really sharing. It's impressive to see the breadth of work going on, I think, in this space. And what I think that also means is there's a lot of opportunity. There's opportunities for us to work together and think collectively about how we all have this shared vision, this, patient-centric drug development opportunity that exists. And so I think in ways in which we can effectively think about important ways to use retrospective real data, but also thinking about pragmatic trials, prospective collection, and really creating a more efficient learning healthcare system. So to me, it's both an opportunity, but I think the fact that everyone's here trying to work on it together is really the important fact.
I just wanted to echo Olga's point she did earlier that we have a lot of real world data, and just because it's real world data and not real world evidence doesn't mean we can't use it right now for a lot of really good uses, because we need contemporaneous data to help us understand how to design our prospective clinical trials. Like what do we expect the survival to be in this unusual genomic subset that we're going to now want to try on? So I think there's great opportunity for real world data now. But I also, the first time I looked at this with Don a couple of years ago, I said, we're all fixing symptoms here, like the source, the problem is the source. And so I'm very excited for this panel, all the things I've heard of the good work that's going on for data standardization and minimal common data elements. I think that's going to really help us with making prospective causal research better.
That's my takeaway as well. I really like the shift to thinking about intentional data collection. And even though it's somewhat overwhelming to think about all of the things that need to come together, I also really liked hearing about the thought one step beyond that. What does it mean to capture certain pieces of information and how would we interpret it? And your comments about PROs kind of solidified that for me. What does that information mean? And then, to take a next step, how could we potentially apply it, not just to patient care, but maybe to answer research questions from a regulatory perspective? So a lot to do, and I like that shift.
Thanks. So, Brian alluded to Mark Twain earlier, right? He said there are lies, there are damn lies, and there's statistics. And so we got to be careful not to go down that rabbit hole. And so, but I do agree that this it's a mountain of opportunity that's out there. I had a friend that, has within his network about 3 million covered lives. And so, and he said, man, I'm in the ocean, but I got nothing to drink because my data is not curated, right? I got this huge data lake, but I can do nothing with it. And so I think you got to get the house in order. And that involves, being intentional about what data we recorded. And I guess the main thing that I would want to focus on is making sure that that intentional data collection is driven toward decision-making and clinical trial matching, right? Those are our two big challenges that we have, right? Our clinical trial enrollment is abysmal. We can do much better there. And our decision-making is so critical with this level of data. So it shouldn't be sort of MIPS, historical, retroactive, putting in stuff so I get my rubber stamp and don't get penalized. It should be data that's actionable that helps us take better care of a patient. And I think that's where, it's not just collecting some data. And I'm, grateful for MCode for at least trying to plow that path forward for us.
Absolutely. And then I guess the flip side of this question, Fred, we'll start with you and then work our way back down is, I don't think anything we've discussed today would be surprising to a lot of the panelists and participants, but was there something that sort of made the hair on the back of your neck stand up as like, oh, we need to figure that out now. This was a higher priority than I thought. What do you think we should be tackling in the short and medium term?
Yeah, we're going to get into EPROs and EOM. The EPROs come in, after the second year. And so those made me nervous, right? And so if people make policy decisions based on, some of those without context, it makes me a little nervous. And then the second thing that causes me some anxiety, I guess, is, we don't want to take your providers, which are typically your higher paid persons, and turn them into data entry clerks. And so, how do we navigate those waters so that we're using their skill set to the fullest? And so, but understanding that the computations are getting out of reach for them. And so they need some support. But finding that balancing act, I think, is critical because I think Laura said earlier, the burnout is real.
A couple of things were of interest, and one of them is how do you keep up with changes to standard of care, changes based on new knowledge, like what you were saying about lung cancer divided into so many different components now just because we know so much. So I think those things are exciting, but also things we have to keep an eye on and figure out how to manage.
Yeah, just super quick. So this is just a case scenario to your point. I saw a lady last week and I had a heart attack because she had a BRCA mutation and I did not give her an adjuvant part for breast cancer. But I looked at the date and it was prior to the presentation of the data. But now, like in hindsight, and so by the time she finished her therapy, it was 11, 12 months out. And so it was never discussed, but I literally almost fainted because I'm like, oh my God, I missed a huge opportunity here. And so that constant evolution of that data as it continues to go out.
if you've
Right.
got basic data, it can give you a reminder, this patient's Brenda, did you consider this? Or, we're about to put them up front for everyone with a camptothecin inhibitor. What if that makes them all go away?
Yeah, I
That's gonna
think-
be then standard of care for how you treat them to begin with.
But that's where the iterative AI, that's a manual lived forever and ever, like it's Sisyphus project, right? Somebody said cutting the grass, you never get it done. I mean, so can we get to the place where we get some generative AI to help us get there, but not hallucinate too badly?
This is the thing that, when we were talking about common data elements and like the qualitative common data element is genomic data, but the devil is in the details, because what I would like for that data element is whole exome sequencing, if you could give me what my wish list. Because we don't have any idea what the next big, thing is going to be. And if we can start getting the whole structured NGS in there, then we can start not only picking the right drug for the individual mutation, but we can start doing complex biomarkers. Why did this patient super respond? Because they've got this, and this in the heat map. So I think.
Well, not all cancers are
Yeah.
NGS driven either, and some of them are driven by other things or just receptor subtypes. So, and you can distill it down to some of the simplest things if you've got really good low.
But let's start with NGS. So I think that would help. The fact that we don't have it is actually kind of alarming, given what you just said. The fact that there's a bracket and, we don't get this information sooner. Non-small cell lung cancer patients are still not sometimes getting their panel, which is incredible. Not much anymore, but
No, that's.
longevity
that's
is.
why it's so important.
Yeah.
I mean, to that real world data to make sure like, hey, are we testing what percentage? And then as you get an adjuvant indication, you got to go back and go, okay, what percentage of lung are we testing? Because these hazard ratios of 0.2 and 0.3 are better than anything we've ever seen. And you don't want to miss that opportunity. And so you got to be able to retrospectively query that database, but prospectively learn from it.
One other thing that I was gonna say about the hair going up on the back of your neck, 'cause I know it's a positive spin, but I gotta be a little negative spin on the hair. It goes up on my neck when I hear regulatory grade data. Because the fact that we're making NCCN guidelines on what, non-regulatory grade data? What does that mean? So let's call it decision grade data. If we're gonna make a clinical decision on this evidence, it has to be high quality, and I don't want to see different tiers of evidence to make the most, to me, critically important decisions for patients. And that's where this whole enterprise is going to really help.
And for more on